everyone. Okay, good morning. Welcome on this forum on sustainable robotic technologies. I'm Bram Vanderborght, Professor Robotics at the VEB and affiliated with IMEC. And I'm one of the directors of these events as together with Professor Jarone and Karel Moog and Anne Jacobs on sustainable robots. And this forum will be on sustainable robotic technologies. But maybe I give the floor to Professor Jomain to introduce a bit BrIAS.
Thank you, Bram. Dear colleagues, on behalf of BrIAS, it's a great pleasure to welcome all of you today to this symposium. The Brussels Studies Institute for Advanced Studies is a wonderful collaboration between the two Brussels universities, Université Libre de Bruxelles and Vrije Universiteit Brussels. As you might know, BrIAS was, the Institute for Advanced Studies, was created in Princeton in 1930, and since then several institutes for advanced studies have been established worldwide. Today, there are about 30 institutes for advanced studies in Europe alone, hosting a total of more than 500 high-ranking researchers. The experience shows that those institutes are one of the most dynamic internationalization actors in the field and are a very effective instrument for the appeal and reputation of the regions and universities which host them. Based on submitted projects, BrIAS offers fellowships and housing to a number of high-level researchers, the BrIAS Fellows, for periods up to 10 months. It is located in Schoor, the prestigious renovated listed military barracks in Ixelles, situated within walking distance of campuses of both the ULB and VUB. BrIAS is not simply just another institute for advanced studies. The traditions of ULB and VUB as founding universities highlight some unique niches, such as subjects with important potential societal impacts, residency for researchers who have had to flee their countries, or collaborations with countries where society faces critical challenges with respect to sustainability. BrIAS will stimulate interaction between science and other fields of creativity, which is essential for an harmonious and sustainable future, and which will contribute to the prestige of the Brussels universities. BrIAS selected the topic of sustainable robotics for its 2023-24 edition. As robotic and automated devices become an integral part of our lives, it has become critical to understand if they can be truly durable and how they could optimally contribute to sustainability as a whole. The BrIAS project allows our experts in robotics, control, automation to go further and achieve a dream, bringing together experts from across the world to tackle critical debates from food to war, explore challenges for the present and future challenges, from sustainable materials to life cycle assessment. We know the critical role of robotics in our economy, society, and planet. This conference is an important step toward more sustainable technological advancements. I am sure this conference will inspire all of us to contribute with ideas, solutions, and collaborations that will shape the future of sustainable robotics. One of its objectives is to encourage open-mindedness, questioning of preconception and exploration of novel interdisciplinary connections. I wish you a fruitful discussions, innovative ideas, and I am sure new partnerships will emerge from the conference. I wish everyone a productive and inspiring conference experience. Thank you very much.
So thank you. So indeed, as mentioned, robotics and technologies in general have the power to completely transform societies, and also robotics and automation has such an enormous impact. But of course, with great power comes great responsibility. So we need, of course, the digital transformation because we need to reduce costs and also improve productivity, but we also need the sustainability transition. And we need to target that in the 3 dimensions: economy, society, and planets. And at Robotics, we aim to bring the 2 together in a robotics context. So we're in the AI Experience Center. And so a robot is an integration of the best technologies. You need new batteries, new sensors, advanced processing, AI algorithms, and so on. But of course, you need to collaborate with humans, so also the human, social, and medical sciences are super important. And robotics encapsulates these different disciplines together. And this is also where you see in this room different applications. And of course, to create impact, we collaborate a lot with companies, but also we are founding a lot of spin-off companies. So one is the Brussels company Ixelles Bionics, which make bionic feet to help amputees to regain mobility. We're also in the process to develop a company to make high efficiently drives, gears, because motors consume a lot of energy, and that creates, because the low energy efficiency of especially the gears makes that they're very heavy, need a lot of batteries, and that has an impact on, you need bigger batteries and so on to carry it. So that's an innovative spin-off company we want to found. We're also working on a company for sports injury detection, so with sensorized garments, and also an exoskeleton spin-off company to help people to work with their hands, for example, above the head and to lift heavy loads. And the last one, but this is also supported, this forum, by the European projects Shinto and SMART. But Seppe and Joost will talk more about our self-healing and sustainable robots that can repair itself after damage. But of course, it's also important to have the social impact. And I think 5-6 years ago, we started with Homo roboticus. And the question was how we can preserve the human values on equality, freedom, and solidarity, how they can stand ground in a robotized and AI world. And 56 academics from the VUB from very different disciplines collaborated, and we wrote this book. But we also had a series of events. When was in the moon. And we have a testimony of Victoria Modesta, which is a bionic pop artist, and we will listen to her testimony.
It's not like a pet, it's not like a human, but it's a robot.
Robots zijn de toekomst, hè. Zowel in bedrijfsleven als persoonlijk leven.
Hoe kort staan we eigenlijk bij een hele grote doorbraak?
Het is wel een unieke kans omdat de VUB zo'n evenement organiseert.
Ik vind het een heel coole robot en vooral omdat hij met zijn vingers zo... Die kan helemaal met zijn vingers bewegen, net zoals een normaal...
I'm really excited that an event like this is happening. It's great that the awareness of the responsibility about innovation and future is kind of becoming much more at the forefront. And I feel like my job is to inspire the mind and the imagination. One of the saddest things I find is when people think that thinking about the future isn't for them, that they are not good enough or smart enough to think about the future. I think that everybody should be engaged with how the future of their life and the environment is going to be. Thank you very much, Brussels.
So out of this event, and now in collaboration with the ULB, FARI started, which is the AI Institute for the Common Good, and which is heavily supported by the Brussels government. And with a number of experts, including Carol, we wrote a journal paper on robotics enabling or inhibiting the role of them in sustainable development goals. And we saw that the results indicated that robotics has the potential to enable 46 of the targets, particularly for the industry and the environmental related SDGs. While on the other hand, also 90% of the SDG targets could be inhibited, mainly through exacerbation of inequalities and tensions in the SDGs. And of course, there is a whole series of robots coming towards us. This is Andrea Kay. She's a famous Silicon Valley robotics director in startups. And she distributed, you have the famous hype cycle of Gartner, where you have the plateau of productivity, where currently already a lot of robots are present in industry, for milking cows, in surgical hospitals, and so on. Then you have the slope of enlightenment, where robots are coming, which go a bit more to unstructured environments. You have also the third of disillusion, where you have, for example, autonomous cars, which are not yet delivering the promises they made, but also exoskeletons and cobots and quadrupeds are technologies that are not yet there. And of course, 2023 was really the year that a lot of humanoid companies were presented. And so this is really the peak of inflated expectations. And so during these events on sustainable robots, we talked a lot on sustainable use of robots, but the robot itself has also a lot of challenges, because a human, myself and you, are mostly built by water, carbon, and so on. But robots are using very rare, a lot of special materials, rare earth materials like gold. The batteries use lithium-ion. The motors use neodymium. A lot of materials for which also wars are being fought. Moreover, the robots are very complex. So that means when they're broken, you have or costly repairs, or they end up on the growing pile of e-waste, and that's already a huge environmental challenge. Moreover, robots have a lot of motors, so they consume energy. Moreover, they often start more and more to use also AI algorithms, which need to be trained, which also consumes a lot of energy. And so that's why we have this forum also to investigate how we can make the robot itself, the body, how it's being processing and so on, how we can there do more sustainability. And this is because we think that it's the right thing to do, but on the other hand, we also need to see it as a new business advantage. And I think the GDPR was very famous. Everyone complains, all these buttons, you need to say, yes, I accept or reject the cookies. And it annoyed us, but on the other hand, several companies made it a business advantage. And for example, an Apple, which is a very famous and big company, the idea is turning privacy into a business advantage, not just a marketing slogan. So they gained a lot of money by implementing privacy in their products. And now it's the same happening with the European Green Deal, which is a legislation towards a greener future. And so instead of objecting this trend, also Apple, for example, in the beginning, they did everything so you couldn't repair your smartphones, but now they made a huge U-turn, and now they sell self-repair kits, so you can prolong the lifespan of your phone. So I think it's not only a matter of doing the right thing, but also thinking how we can make that a European business advantage. And so also Fatma, she wrote a new European project that is being submitted on sustainable robots, a Marie Curie innovative training network, a doctoral network that we hope we will win. We will hopefully soon have the answer, where it starts from the core sustainable values on increased lifespan, circularity, resource conservation, and so on. And that has values and how we can develop technologies which make up a robot on lifetime extension, material processing, sensing, processing, activation, and so on. And so this was also the idea of this forum to start discussing those different aspects. So that means that we build up the schedule like this. So we have 4 different blocks. So the first session is on responsible design and artificial intelligence, chaired by Karl Moch. And so we have, for example, Michel, who is also now postdoc in the lab on life cycle engineering. Wart, it's a very innovative Brussels startup company that also want to make more energy efficient and also low latency sensors. Very cool technology. Sophia, who also wants to talk on digitalization and artificial intelligence, how you can include sustainability and the boundaries there. Then we have a coffee break. Then we go to energy efficiency and applications. So with Goldar on fast charging and how you use control algorithms in it to improve the charging and the batteries there. Then Abhishek Gupta on designing service robots and infrastructure systems for responsible operation. Chris Verdonk on robots without batteries, very impressive artwork also. And then after every session we also have a small panel discussion. Then we will have lunch. Then about sustainable materials and applications. So Alex Partridge will talk about growing your own robot. And then Joost and Steppe will talk on our sustainable polymers for soft robotic technologies. And then the final session on circular economy and applications. But Jelle Saldin couldn't come today because it was also interesting because he wants to include how we can make in the design robots that they can, for example, also be easier disassembled, but the last minute couldn't come anymore, so it's a bit pity. But Alice Ude will talk about that you can also use robots for recycling of electronic devices. So a very hopefully interesting day today. In order to be interactive, there is a Slido, so you have the QR code there, so where you can type your question and then they will be raised. But now I ask Carol to introduce Stephanie.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to start by saying all the thanks to all the people involved in making this day possible, from Michel, Anya, Andres, the directors, also of the BrIAS program, and all the fellows present today. So thank you very much. I also now need to and want to say thank you to one person, Stephanie Lepsinski, who has been very instrumental in the development of FARI, one of the institutes behind this year's thematic. And it's Stephanie Lepsinski. She is a policy advisor for scientific research, European affairs, with the State Secretary Barbara Tracht here in the Brussels capital region. They're here also really following up closely on all the scientific affairs with Innoviris. If you don't know it, in Brussels, it's the agency in charge of funding research and development and innovation. And there's a very, very strong emphasis on sustainability. And so, Stephanie, I wanted to say thank you, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Brussels. It's great that BrIAS and FARI can actually gather all you here. It's really a pleasure, and I hope you'll have a fruitful day today. Sorry. I also wanted to say I'm really delighted to be here. I'm delighted with the topic of today because I must confess that I kind of have an obsession with the environmental footprints of digital. So and Carl would be here to testify that the first time they came to the cabinet to pitch for FARI, I was already raising that question. Barbara Tracht, my minister, she was as well. So it's really great to see today that you are spending all your energy and brain and expertise to think about that topic. I also wanted to stress that this is even more important today because all of this happened like 4-something years ago, but there was no generative AI at that moment, for example, at least not developed as it is today. So this impact is increasing by the minute, actually. So it's really important to think of how we can have an impact on how to decrease it. And I would like to stress today 2 levers I think we have. First, and this is very personal, at the individual level, just wanted to illustrate with an illustration with what happened to me yesterday. I brought my 8-year-old son to the dentist, and I was seeking advice on how he could brush his teeth in a more gentle way, because otherwise I have to buy him a toothbrush every 2 weeks, which is not really sustainable and it's no good. There's a sign that there's something not going wrong. And believe it or not, but the first advice that the dentist gave me was to actually, for him to use nothing less than a little robot. She told me he should use an electric toothbrush, which would actually make a noise when your son pushes too much on his teeth. And it was actually disappointment for me because I thought, are we now to the point where we actually have to rely on a machine to feel something inside of our body? Is it really a need that we have now? I don't think so. I really want my son to be able to feel when he brushes his teeth in a nice way, which is not hurtful for his body. The same, once I was on a trip with the State Secretary Barbara Tracht, and we've been presented a connected water bottle. And I was like, what's the point? Sorry. I want to be self-conscious of when I need to drink water. I don't want a machine to tell me that. So I think the first lever to really reduce that environmental footprint is really for us to reconnect with ourselves and to think, to question the need which is behind the robot that is in front of us. Do we really need that? Or is it something that us as humans, we can manage? Second lever I want to put in front of us, and it's because I don't think this is only a question of the individual themselves. This is also a bigger collective question, so that's why at the governmental level in the Brussels Capital Region we act. And actually, Barbara Tracht, she is not here today because she has to be at the Brussels Parliament to make sure that big change in the law that we have proposed to the Parliament is going to be accepted today. We propose to change the law granting, giving the rules for granting subsidies to research and innovation projects within the Brussels Capital Region. What is the main change that we propose in the law? This is to actually include a criteria about having a positive environmental and social impact in the project that we will finance as a public authority. This is really a big paradigm shift, I think, because so far we were just saying, everyone likes innovation, especially in the political spheres. And so no one really questions how we subsidy research and innovation. With this change in the law, we really give a direction and a vision for which projects we want to, we think are good for society and which will really be helpful to change big societal problems. And when I look at the artists that you've just shown, I think this is one of the collective issues we have, how to make people more, how to live in a society which is more inclusive, for example. This is really an example where technology has something to add. So with this, I just wish you a very good day, very productive, and I thank you very much for coming to Brussels. Thanks.
Thank you very much for these beautiful words, and also for setting the scene right for the whole. You want to?
Yes, switch computer.
Yes, okay, please.
Yeah, you can continue.
I will. So, for setting the scene right, and I think it's indeed the main question that has been driving us to create this year's thematic, but also to do a lot of activities with Emanuele, Bram, Anja Kops, who is not here today. And the goal is really to question the purpose of what we do with technologies, what is the context behind it, and also we hear a lot that the technologies that we work on every day can contribute to sustainability, but we also wanted to have a strong critical look at is it really benefiting society? Is it innovation at the expense of maybe more sustainability dimensions? So to set the scene right, I want to first introduce for this session on responsible innovation and artificial intelligence, the brain behind the operation of today and the program, alongside Bram, Michel Vanderborght. He is a postdoctoral researcher here at Robotics and at FARI. He will be talking about the life cycle engineering for sustainability, responsible design choices. So, Michel, it's my pleasure to say that the floor is yours. And please don't forget that you have the Slido where you can ask the questions, and I will try to relay them after, and I will keep time as well.
Oops. Yeah, just have to set up everything again. Okay, there we go. Mike's good. Perfect. Okay, yeah. Thanks, Gal, for the introduction. I will, as you said, pointed out, talk about the life cycle engineering for sustainability in terms of responsible design choices. And I want to start with a little quote that was really motivated me, or describes really how I came to my work, or how I changed my point of view in the technical area. So it goes. If a discourse on technological developments were to remain solely at the application level, e.g. the question of technical feasibility, it would lose sight of the profound influence that technological developments have on the constitution of a society, and how they also change the human condition and the entire social arrangement of people. I think that puts it very well, that we need to look into technology not only from the application level, but also from all the other dimensions of sustainability. And Bram already introduced us a bit to what those impacts can be. I have a few pictures trying to depict really what is happening in the extraction. Oh, I think, okay. It's hard to see that one there. I will do it like this. The extraction of raw materials, the energy consumption, and of course, end of life, which will impact not only environment, but also, as you can see, the social life of humans. Also, a very big impact will come from robots going also from industry into the public. So those are some future visions, but like this one is a future vision, but those are already existing. So we have robots intruding the public space more and more, so the impacts that they will have on society will grow. And there's a very nice picture of the SDGs in order for the 3 different dimensions. And robots will have, as Bram also pointed out in their paper, have impacts on all of those SDGs. And the question is, how can we estimate those impacts? And one answer or one solution can be, especially for developers, to look at the life cycle. So the life cycle, if you haven't heard of it, is what you have for a product, from the extraction of raw materials, the production of intermediates, production, and then the use phase, and finally the end of life for the product. But then it goes on to recycling, recovery, but also to disposal. Those are all different life cycles that you need to consider in terms of impacts for a product, or the impacts that a product has, and a product like a robot. This will influence, I just put a few of the SDGs here, but not all of them, but as you know, it will have impacts on all of them. So for instance, production can influence the work, can influence the climate action, the production, and also the use phase can impact the energy consumption. And of course you have life on land, life on water for raw materials, extraction and disposal in terms of water acidification or toxification. And of course there will be during the use phase concern about equality and consumption. So the question now is, what can we do as designers or developers? And I think we can do a lot, especially in the beginning of a product, in the inception of a product. So there was a study that showed that about 60 to 80% of the ecological impacts are determined in the early phase of product development. But the problem there is we have a dilemma of product design, which is as follows. We have this little graph here, and we can see this is the product life cycle. I introduced the phases already, and then we have here knowledge, information, and cost in terms of money and time, and influence. And the influence that we have as developers will go down over the time, but the knowledge, information will go up, and also the cost of change. And what that means is, in the planning and development, we have a lot of influence on the product, how it will shape out, how the impacts will be in the end during the use phase and the production. But we also have not a lot of knowledge, so it's really hard to change. We don't have a lot of information and data, and as soon as we get to a stage where the product is more finished, I would say, of course the cost of change will increase a lot. So it's harder to change, or people are not that much likely to change the product in the end. So this is the phase where we as developers, also researchers, I will talk about that a bit, can do something and have influence. So this product development phase has 4 different phases, and the most interesting ones are the first 2. So in this conceptual design, you have to determine functions, search for solutions, evaluate them, and then structure them into models. And also the clarification of the problem or task is a really important thing to actually investigate more in the problem than the solution in the beginning. And what you can do is you can add goals here, you can add requirements that will really shape the outcome of the product, and have those really think about the impacts that it has. In the determining functions, you can also estimate or start to estimate impacts. You can have models and tools to try to look for solutions, and an assessment during the evaluation to actually look how the impacts might turn out. But always this is on the estimation level. We don't have that much information, as I said. The product development process is or can be a complex thing. I will break it down for you a bit. It is like an iterative process of looking for results by the requirements that you have or the goals that you have. So it's always like an iterative cycle of synthesis and analysis. And the thing is, you want to really find an optimum, or you want to find the solution. There's not the solution, there will be a lot of solutions, but you will have also quite a few solutions doing that, doing those activities, and the evaluation is to actually make out which product concept or solution concept will be the best or the optimum, but there will always be trade-offs. So the question is, who defines the optimum? And there I have another quote that I bring again that I think is really interesting in that regard. The view that technology just changes, either following science or of its own accord, promotes a passive attitude to technological change. It focuses our minds on how to adapt to technological change, not on how to shape it. It removes a vital aspect of how we live from the sphere of public discussion, choice, and politics. So I think really interesting is this this part, not adapt to technological change, but shape it themselves. And it's not only designers and the developers or the researchers, but I think it really be an effort of a lot of stakeholders. So I put this slide here with politics, society, industry, and academia, and I think all of those should really work together to create responsible values that we can then implement into not only production or development, but also research. And thanks a lot, Stephanie, for your words. I think you are one of those tiles and really doing a great job there. From the point of view that I'm sitting in, like the methods of product development, I also asked myself how to integrate those responsible values. And there's like a plethora of different methods and tools which can be individually really complex and its entirety very hard to overlook and oversee. So we cannot really expect one designer to know it all or to have like all of that in mind. And I think it's really the interdisciplinary and the team that makes a good project or a good research or a good product development. And it was also, I think, suggested in the standard, the IEEE 7000 standard, to really have a composition of a team where there's different roles and different people who can actually account for a society, for ecological dimension and the economic dimension. And we have that in the industry, in the companies. We have always a lot of business developers that are taking care of the economic dimension, and we need to add the other 2 dimensions into those teams, into those research and development groups to actually account for those responsible values that we as a society create or agree on. And I will finish my presentation with a little, oh, I have this. Yes, you can see this. With a little advertisement for the work I did back during my PhD, which was exactly looking at this picture and thinking how could we really do something about the goals, the requirements, and the assessment. And it's a bit too much to talk to you about it in 5 minutes, but there is a few things that I I started to think about or suggest as methods like a preliminary social assessment. I have some tables that suggest goals for you to start your production or your development. I have checklists or made-up checklists that will help you gather requirements and really evaluate your product in the process. So if you want to have a look at that, you can go here and see for yourselves. That's the paper where everything is in its entirety and detail written down. So yeah, if you want to take a picture, I'll just hold on for a second. One last, there's more, okay. And you can always ask me afterwards. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention, and Carl, introduce the next speaker, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Michel. I think this really shows that if you want to do this exercise of assessing sustainability and robotics, integrating the social dimension, to do a good job, you also need to be very thorough. And I think this shows that there are already methodologies and approaches that can really help you getting this right. So now it is my pleasure to maybe first ask, are there any questions for Michel? All right. Any questions for Michel? I've looked at the Slido, but no question. Sorry. So then we can go straight and cut to the chase and also go to Wart van der Tempel. He is very involved in voxel sensors, an organization and company also subsidized by the Brussels Capital Region and Innoviris, and present in the Brussels Center. And he will be talking about the future of contextual computing in sustainable robotics. And as Bram said, they have worked also together. And we are very happy to have you today. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see if I can raise this a bit outside of the bell curve. Yes, this would be better. Okay, so my name is Wart van der Tempel. I'm the CTO at Voxel Sensors. It's a small Brussels company, startup company we founded in 2020. We're working on spatial sensing and also gaze tracking for contextual computing. And I will have some more words on that later on. So it's my pleasure to be here, but I come from outside of the domain of robotics. My background is in semiconductors, sensing systems. So the robotics field, while it's very interesting, it's not my day-to-day world, let's say. So I had to catch up a little bit and refresh my mind. And I'm sorry, Bram, I didn't read the Homo Roboticus book. So I should have read that. But instead of reading that, I actually asked a robot. So I asked it, okay, what is robotics again? Can you tell me what robotics is? And it just came up with this very simple definition. It's a machine. It can be mechanical, but it can also be ethereal or purely digital. That is capable of carrying out a function or a task in an autonomous way or a semi-autonomous way. So, okay, refresh my mind on what is robotics. And then I asked it, what is sustainable robotics? And then the answer was much longer. It seemed like it's very conscious about what is sustainable. So I had to summarize it. And I picked out this line. And what's interesting, it presented me with a balance. And it presented me with a balance of minimizing negative effects, environmental effects, and probably also societal effects, and maximizing the benefit of the robot function, while keeping in mind its economic viability. So it's a very interesting definition as well. It gave me then a list of bullet points, a vast list of bullet points of every aspect in which a robot could be sustainable, yes or no. And I summarized it again in those 3 domains that also came back in Bram's presentation. So it seems like I have a lot of catching up to do and some reading to do. But the 3 domains were very clear to me as well: social, environmental impact, the life cycle of the product, resources, and also its energy consumption. And then I tried to merge this view on robotics with my very first impressions of robotics. And that was when I was very young. I was reading Asimov. Who knows Asimov? Probably a lot of you do, right? So science fiction writer, and back in 1942, He put his first law in robotics in a very short story. And his first law in robotics is very simple. A robot may not injure a human or through inaction allow a human to be hurt. And while this is a very individualistic view of what a robot should and should not do, I think everybody can subscribe to this view. I don't want to be hurt by a robot. My question was, can we replace human here by humanity? And does the law still hold? And it turns out this law is much more strict than the sustainable view that we had in the first page. Because if I say here that a robot should not hurt humanity or allow humanity to be hurt, then this is a very, very strict rule, right? And if I look at the threats that humanity has today, again, we can recognize these three domains that we put in the sustainability idea, right? We have a climate threat to humanity. We have threats to our natural resources. They are finite. And what do we do with these resources? And societal stability. I think everybody also realizes these days with the upcoming elections that societal stability is also a big threat or challenge. So I found it a very simplistic but a very interesting exercise to do to understand why we're here today, because these questions about the vagueness of the sustainability, how much negative impact do I allow in order to reach a certain positive effect of a technology, that justifies actually this session today, I think, to make that balance and understand what do we allow. Okay, so the connection to voxel sensors, I will pick the energy domain, because in my view, energy will be probably the biggest challenge in robotics in the future. When we think about the old robotics, the industrial robots, right? Most of the energy consumption in those robots sits in the physical domain, moving stuff around, navigation and automated movement, while the brain itself and the senses is a very small part of the energy consumption of a robot. But the more modern robots, and even just pure digital robots like ChatGPT, their consumption sits entirely in the digital domain, in the brain, in the intelligence, and in the senses. And the physical power consumption becomes less and less dominant in the operation of these machines. And while already today we can see a significant footprint of this digital domain, the brain, it is still very light, because these intelligences, they are kind of autistic. They live in their own world and they react to prompts which are very limited in scope. But once you add much more contextual awareness, imagine that I have a live video stream which pushes information like a bot like ChatGPT. Imagine the power consumption that these kind of generalistic AIs will have if everybody starts using, or every robot starts using it in this way. So there's a challenge to give contextual information to these kind of brains in a very, very power efficient way. And to illustrate this again, I have these very short slides. This is a traditional robot. It senses in a very constrained domain, right? It parses what it senses and it knows what it's looking for. Then it needs to think about what to do, how to act, and it acts. That's very simply what these typically industrial robots do. Now, if you go to a generalized vision of this, I have a robot in a very cluttered environment, a very wide domain with a lot of objects, a lot of experiences, and a lot of different tasks that it will need to do. It needs to sense much more. It needs to parse much more and think much more. So the brain or the thinking will need to scale much more than what we have today. And the challenge is to divide and conquer, I think, and to create a contextual awareness very close to the robot in order for him to understand what is relevant in my environment, what should I focus on in my environment, and then to think and act. And that is my link to voxel sensors, because what we are trying to enable is this contextual computing in a very, very efficient way, allow for autonomous entities to focus on the things that are relevant and not having to to think about everything around them, right? So voxel sensors is really about contextual computing. What we want to do is we want to give awareness of the environment, the 3D world, and awareness of the human to an application or an entity or robotic entity for them to better understand and with more efficiency understand what is going on and act upon what is going on. Now, contextual sensing is a long-standing topic. It's been around for a long time. There are different applications in robotics like SLAM and odometry, which require environmental information, object identification, segmentation, etc. All that requires already contextual sensing. However, there's a challenge, and these challenges are mainly on the power efficiency. How do we continue to give this the contextual awareness in a very power efficient way? And especially in the domain where voxel sensor is active, that's mobile and augmented reality. Latency is also very critical. It means that we don't want to wait for the senses to sense before we can act upon it. So the latency, the time delay between sensing and being able to act needs to be as short as possible. So that's where the latency comes in. And typically latency, if we want to achieve very low latency and high frame rate, sensors will consume a lot. So there's, how do you call it? There's a pairing that we need to break, and voxel sensors tries to break this pairing by delivering very power efficient sensing with low latency. And we do this in two ways. One, we're working on the sensing itself, and secondly, we're working on the computing side of the sensing data that is being generated by the sensors. And I have now some very simple slides on the technology itself. For the spatial sensing, what we do is very simple. We have, this is a kind of technical slide I will go through quickly. But we have a laser beam scanner, which is a very simple device which scans a dot in the scene. We developed specific sensors which are tracking this dot with very high temporal accuracy and with a minimum of energy. And then once we have the projection vector of where we're scanning the dot, and we have the vision of where the dot is from the camera, we can triangulate this point and produce a 3D point stream. Very simple. And what you get is, for example, you promised me it would play. Anyway. I didn't know where my mouse pointer was. Yeah. Anyway, what you get is then a serial stream of 3D points, which are created as we scan, and as we scan, we can build up the 3D information, and by doing it that way, we can create a very power efficient way of sampling the environment. I will skip this video; it doesn't. Never mind. The benefit is that it's very scalable. We can choose with which density to scan. We can choose how long to scan. So this flexibility allows to tailor your sensing system to the needs of the application and to the needs of what you want to sense. And in doing it this way, you can create an additional benefit in your power consumption of the system. Imagine if I'm looking at this scene, I have a wearable, and I want to sense the environment in 3 dimensions. Typically, the further I want to sense, the more optical power I will need with an active system, right? But if I'm wearing it on my head, then the floor typically isn't further away than 2 meters. In my case, 2 meters. In your case, maybe a little bit less. But it doesn't make sense to allocate power budget to see 6 meters to those parts of the scene, right? So in serializing the acquisition of each point, I can choose where to put power where I need it, and also I can change the density with which I acquire the scene when I need it. So that's from a sensing point of view, and then from a, I hope this video runs, from a processing point of view, this is work that we did in the context with the Demir project. Oh, that's too bad. Can I change it? I don't know. No. Go out of the... Yeah. Ah, that's a good idea. Thanks, Bram.
This way it should work now.
Yes, okay, thank you. So this is work that we did at the VARI Universiteit Brussel. It shows the way to leverage this sequential information, this data stream of sequential information, and making your algorithms more efficient by also working on the progressive data as it comes in. So what we have is on the left-hand side, we have the scanned data, which is being generated by the system. In the middle, we have a traditional algorithm, which will wait for the scan to be complete, to have a 3D point cloud, and then do, for example, a segmentation. And on the right-hand side, we have an algorithm which already works on the progressive data as it is being built up. And so you can see that, I will run it again. Even in the beginning, when we already have just sparse information, we can already start, thank you, we can already start to segment this data and provide an already coarse estimate of, for example, segmentation. And in the process, we have an algorithm which can do the same thing in a shorter amount of time, or in the same time do the algorithm with much less energy. So there's again using the benefit of the sequential nature of the sensing, using this to reduce the footprint, the power footprint, or the latency footprint of the algorithms that come. F5. Oh, that is.
Yeah. And you have some time. You have enough time.
Okay. Yeah, I will skip that one. So in a nutshell, what we are doing is we're working on the sensing side, power efficiency and latency efficiency of the sensing, to allow for low power spatial sensing, which is very important to give contextual awareness to your autonomous entity. We are working on the early classification of what we are seeing in order for the subsequent algorithms to be able to focus well on what is relevant in my scene and what is not. Typically, I don't want to focus on my background if the task at hand is right in front of me, right? So I don't need to process all these things in the background. I just need to focus on what is relevant for my activity. And this allows also to only provide the information relevant to that activity to, for example, the artificial intelligence network that is running afterwards. So this is how voxel sensors tried to put a stone in the river in order to reach some more sustainable goals in, for example, robotics. I also want to mention that we are part of a European project, a Horizon project. Bram's team is also part of that project, where we're working on spatial perception and research on embodiments, specifically for autonomous navigation or autonomous exploration, with also a positive societal footprint, for example, in disaster management, etc. And with this, I would like to end the talk, and I welcome questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, surely.
Hello? Okay. So maybe you said it, or maybe I missed it. I'm wondering, so you make physical sensors? So like, do you sell your sensors to companies that make robots, for instance? Or do you, like, what is your, or do you sell, let's say, your software as a service to people who want to see things? Like, I'm trying to understand, like, where you are in the market, if I...
Yeah, so are we, actually. You're welcome to join us in that exercise of thinking where we should position. Today, voxel sensors really is positioning itself in the XR, augmented reality, mobile, consumer electronics world, actually. And while at the core, we are building these sensors to enable this serialized scanning, we're also building sensors for gaze tracking. So the core is really, the product is the sensor. But in making the sensor, we also are creating sub-modules, which are more system-level implementations. as well as software layers in order to showcase the benefit of our sensors, right? So depending on the company that we interact with and depending on their interests of what they consider their product that they would like to have, there is room to navigate between, okay, just the sensor, the sub-modules, or systems which provide awareness. So that's a bit in discussion with different customers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I'm going to ask this question from the perspective of I'm a father of a 29-year-old woman with autism. Okay? And when I think about the difference between me and her being in this context, sitting in this room, so what I have learned, or the way my senses have adapted through culture and training, is I'm paying attention to the things that are important in this context. I'm listening to you talk. I'm not listening to other things that are going on in the room as much. But my perception of her experience and sensation is she can't do that. All of this information is coming into her brain at the same level of intensity, and what's difficult for her to do is to incorporate the cultural things that we identify, so of being important to pay attention to. So when I think about the creation of a sustainable robot with lots of different sensory systems, I think I can understand how you can design a sensor for a specific condition that would do a specific thing, right? By providing context to it. But what I wonder in terms of, again, creating a sustainable sensory platform for a robot that can do many different things, you need to be able to downplay the sensory array with one sense area, increase it with another, and I need to be able to change that depending on the context of what I'm asking that robot to do, and I need to have like 16 different sensory systems running at the same time, and I need to be able to transition from one to the other. So is that maybe I'm presenting the context wrong, but is that the real contextual challenge for, maybe not for you or for somebody to figure out how to provide, maybe it's a programming platform to change which sensory system I'm paying most attention to in this particular context, because this is what's relevant at the moment.
It's a very interesting line of thought. I think the way I'm thinking about it is I'm imagining a system where the senses are always on. And I want to have a low power, always on sensing, regardless of the modality. I don't want to turn off things because I might miss things. But what I want to do is very locally, with also a low energy footprint, locally, what they call edge compute. Locally, I want to isolate in all of these triggers of my environment, in all of these senses, what is relevant for my context and what I want to do today or at this moment. And from that moment on, I can feed it into higher level intelligences, which can then process the right senses in the right location at the right time. But if you feed all of these senses to the higher level intelligences, I will need it will consume a lot of power to try to figure out what it needs to do, right? So I think this divide and conquer approach, where very locally you allow what we are able to do and your daughter is not able to do, is your senses are not turned off, right? They're always sensing, but you're already filtering very early on. What are you going to feed into your brain, or what are you going to pay attention to? And that is, I think, what we would like to achieve in this line of thought, in this context awareness. And I think one of the possibilities we are thinking about these AI assistants, the companions that you wear on your head. Imagine that we would be able to help these people with issues of filtering out the information, that a device filters the information and is intelligent enough to know what context is relevant for her at that moment. Maybe these people who are suffering from autism would be helped with a system that does that job for them.
Sometimes she's right. It's more than sometimes. Most of the time, when she identifies a sensory issue that she thinks is so important that she needs to make us aware of it, she's 100% right that that is the most important sensory information that we should be getting at that time.
Wow, okay. Interesting.
Thank you. There was another question. Yeah, I have a short question, maybe a follow-up on that. First of all, thank you very much for the talk. I really enjoyed it. I'm interested in finding out how reconfigurable is your system. So you have different setups with, you're talking about robotics, so you have different scenarios. So how can you easily reconfigure your sensor systems? Have you thought about this, and how can one think about it?
I'm trying to imagine your concept of reconfigurability. What are the different dimensions that you have in mind? I can just say what I think about reconfigurability. Yes, so the sensing system is really adaptable. You can choose where to position your different sensing units and illumination units. It doesn't matter whether you have a baseline of a meter or 12 centimeters, depending on the application that you want to have, within a certain geometric configuration, right? Once you fix that, there is, again, reconfigurability or flexibility in what kind of density do I want to create. So how dense do I want to scan my scene? What kind of power do I allocate to this sensor modality? And in what kind of time frame do I want to have certain information? So there's a lot of flexibility, which makes it probably for some people hard to use as well, because with flexibility comes a lot of optionality as well that you need to manage. But yeah, the system is very reconfigurable. We can talk after in the pause what you have in mind.
One question in front of Sophia.
Hi, thank you for the. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. So, so if I understood correctly, you're designing the semiconductors in a way that they're very energy efficient.
Mm-hmm.
So you're already taking some sustainability aspects into account, but are you also, is there a department that is maybe measuring the water consumption of production, because semiconductors are very water intensive and you can only use drinkable water because like small fragments in the water might already scratch the wafers. So I was wondering if you also have like a different department that maybe looks at other environmental impacts that are produced by the semiconductor production in general.
Mm-hmm. The short answer is no.
Okay.
As a small startup, we don't have those different functions in the company. Although we're working with FARI on and the VUB on understanding our ecological footprint, but we don't go as deep into our different suppliers because we are fabless, right? The foundry makes the semiconductors for us. That kind of impact, as for many things in our lives, it's shielded from us. I don't know, or I don't have to care. Well, maybe I have to care, but I don't have to see it daily what the impact is of the things that I'm using. So it's probably something we should consider. Maybe I have to add that while the energy footprint is very important, the reason why we set out to do was not about the energy footprint as such. That is not the business goal that we have. It is by magic maybe that those business goals of low power, which makes our technology very suited for wearable devices, aligns with a more general goal of low power devices, which are then relevant in the robotics context. But we didn't found voxel sensors to reduce the ecological footprint of sensing. I just want to clarify that, because in a business that is not it's not a viable goal, economical goal.
Thank you. I have one question on the Slido, but I think your point also makes me think of, there is this initiative in the region also financed by Noveris called Sustain that we host, also hello to Ariane in the back, that also provides to, because the size of the company will also dictate also how much can you put efforts, money into investigating all that. And so to address this issue, the region has this free service for SMEs in the region called Sustain. So I also encourage you to check it out. So now that the publicity is a bit over, I will ask you, are your customers asking for footprint analysis? And do you know what your customers use? And do you know what your customers use for sensors? Is it only positive impact? Do you investigate a bit the type of use that they will make of?
Okay, on the first question, do our customers ask about our environmental impact of the sensors? No. The primary concern of using low power sensors is to be able to enable wearable, lightweight, always-on devices. So function is the primary concern. I guess that the footprint analysis will come at a later stage when we enter supply chain considerations, where we are not there yet as a startup, right? So I think it's a bit early for these footprint analysis, but likely it will come. It is important.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Wart. Thank you again for your time. So you mentioned quite a lot of things that are a very nice segue for our next presenter, Sophia Falk from Bonn Universität in Germany. She is a PhD researcher there, representing proudly one of the spearheading labs on AI and sustainability in Europe. She will talk about digitalization and artificial intelligence transgressing planetary boundaries. So really looking at this critical macro look at what do we put within some robotic systems. So the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction, and also thank you for having me here today. Really happy to present my research. And yeah, as Carl said, my part of the research that I will present today is digitalization and AI, transgressing planetary boundaries. And I'm from the Bonn Sustainable AI Lab. I was also asked to briefly introduce it. So these are my beautiful colleagues. We are sitting in Bonn at the Bonn University. And the lab was founded 2021 by Professor Amy von Weinsberg. And she has a background in roboethics, care ethics, value-centered design. And together in the lab, we combinedly cover the topics of bioethics, extractivism, AI and the labor market. How is AI changing the labor market? How is labor or the workers changing with AI and robotics? Then we are covering decolonial AI, AI from a majority world perspective, AI from indigenous perspective, and then also AI from a sustainability perspective, from environmental perspective, which is then my part. I'm a resource economist working interdisciplinary in a team full of philosophers and ethicists. So I'm bringing in the environmental aspect. So we have already talked a little bit about sustainability. Where can we put it? We have two buzzwords colliding here. We have sustainability, one huge buzzword. We have artificial intelligence, another huge buzzword. I don't have time to go into details for both to describe what they are, but to roughly picture a frame, we have social sustainability, environmental, and also economic sustainability. And while they're interacting and interfering a lot with each other, I will try today to really focus on environmental sustainability. But when we have environmental impacts, we should not forget that they always have consequences for nearby communities, for the population living nearby, and then this also has effects on their economic situation. So it's really hard to look at it in like a isolated way, but yeah, today we'll try to really look in environmental aspects. And this I'm doing with the help of the planetary boundary framework. Maybe a few of you already know it, but I'll briefly describe it. It was developed 2009 by Johan Rockström and his team. And since then it has been criticized, updated, and reevaluated. And you can see here how it changed over time, that we had 3 boundaries crossed out of 9 in 2009, then 4 crossed in 2015, and now we're at the limit of 6 boundaries crossed last year. So what are we looking at here? We have the climate change boundary, which is the most popular one. It's measured in carbon emissions, so atmospheric carbon emissions measured in particles per million. And each boundary has a threshold, like a control variable with a maximum limit. So the maximum limit for carbon emissions were 350 ppm, but they were already transgressed in the 80s, so a long time ago. At the moment, we're at 420 particles per million. But this is only one part. We have 9 Earth systems that are important to stay on a planet that is hospitable for human and non-human life on the planet, which is called the safe operating space. This is the ball in the middle. So this is an area where we know the planet is in a state that supports human life, animal life, and we can live here. So it's a Holocene-like state. The further and each of the boundaries have a threshold and a control variable that we transgress, and the further we transgress it, it's not a tipping point, it's more a regime shift that we enter, and we don't know how likely it is to support human life as we know it. So it is a zone of increasing risk. It's not a transgressing, not a tipping point, which is really important. And today, this one too much. Here's the one from 2023 and a bit bigger scale, so you can really see what 9 Earth systems we have here today. We have novel entities, which is measured in chemical substances that are hazardous and toxic to the environment, but are released to the environment without proper safety testing. Then we have a stratospheric ozone depletion, which is currently not a problem, since we had the Montreal Protocol in the 90s. You can look that up again, but this is a proof that if you have a drastic change in the Earth system, policy can actually really quickly interfere and change, and then the boundary was immediately back to a safe space, and we don't have huge ozone holes anymore. Then atmospheric aerosol loadings are particulate matter emitted by vehicular emissions or stone crushing and mining. This is another one. Then ocean acidification is when the ocean takes up a lot of carbon emissions. The acidity state of the ocean is changing, and this is then, as we heard yesterday, very problematic, especially for coral reef and calcinic species. So these are very interrelated with the climate change boundary. Then we have biochemical flows, which are phosphate and nitrogen. Freshwater change, which is measured in blue and green water. So one is freshwater consumption, and the other one is root moist availability for plants. Then the land system change is deforestation of land cover changed, or land system changed into a different cover. Biosphere integrity is genetic diversity, so extinction rate of animals. And then we're back at the climate change boundary, and to have like 2 sub control variables measuring the same Earth system. So the question is now, how are AI and digitalization contributing to transgressing these planetary boundaries? We know the popular climate change boundary. We are measuring energy consumptions. But how are AI, other than that, impacting these other 8 planetary boundaries? So the question really is, how do I bring together AI, which is kind of like an intangible thing that we always know we're surrounded by, but how is this very intangible concept impacting this very hard physical planet that we have here? And I'm looking at the AI hardware from a data center perspective. So data centers can be the heart, the nervous center, the backbone of artificial intelligence. Without data centers, as we also just heard, semiconductors are necessary to process the large amounts of data that we have. Without the training of the AI, it would not be existent. So on the top left, you can see a Facebook data center in Ohio. You can already see it is very spacious. It is large buildings. Then we have what it would typically look from the inside, huge server boards. And then we have a server blade that is set up with multiple GPUs, graphic processing units. And then you can see an individual, like this is the state-of-the-art A100 NVIDIA graphic processing unit. Without this, it is very hard to train AI systems. But I'm always talking about digitalization and AI, because you cannot really say what part and what amount from the data center is actually used for training AI. Especially when we're looking at cloud services, you can rent like parts of a data center, while one is used for AI, the other one might be used for a streaming service or something else. So it's very hard to distinguish, and I go into more detail in a paper, but not today. But so AI is part of this problem, but not the only one. And when researchers usually look at sustainability of AI from this perspective of a data center, they come up with AI training and the energy amount that is used to train a data center or to train a AI system. In the top, you see the very popular GPT-3. It consumed in one training round 502 tons of CO2, but this is just one training round. So usually, especially commercial systems are trained multiple times, retrained. When there's like an exploit in the system, they're trained again. And this also takes only scope 1 and 2 maybe emissions into account, but not larger scope emissions. So we can compare this to the average human life. You can see the average American, and I would like to point out, I'm pretty sure it's North American life, is 18 tons in a year of the average life in 1 year. And then the average human life on the planet would be 5.5 tons. So one training round of ChatGPT is equal to the average human living 91 years on the planet. So if you really want to train and retrain, you build a whole new set of population on the planet, in other words. But we already have a lot of humans here. So this is the usual approach that researchers look at. But when I look at AI hardware, I see something else. I look at this. So we're familiar with a few of these pictures from today already. I think especially this one, Michel, you used also. But yeah, on the top left, you see gold mining in Western Australia. Then here you see lithium extraction in the Atacama Desert. So lithium extraction is necessary for lithium batteries. And you can see it's through evaporation ponds. And lithium takes, to produce 1 ton of lithium, we have to evaporate 800 square meters of water. And this is done in a desert. That should be counterintuitive for anyone to evaporate water in a desert, but we're doing this for our batteries or electric, anything that we have in electric. And this has larger impacts on the environment there, on the biodiversity, also on the population. Then we have, on the left, we see for semiconductor fabrication in southern and central Taiwan. It is the most popular region for, or the largest fabs for semiconductors are located there. It is a huge water footprint to produce semiconductors. So here you can see in the rain season, the water reservoir only has 10 to 20%, and usually at the rain season it should be at 80%. And then in the end we see the disposal of e-waste, because all of the products that we're developing have to go somewhere. And this is how I try to analyze the impact of AI on the different planetary boundary system. You can already see that multiple systems are affected by this, but we can go into a little bit more detail. We read, oh no, it has a time lag. Okay, so we can already also look at it from a life cycle perspective, that we start with extractions that are necessary, minerals and materials that go into the AI hardware. Then we have the manufacturing and the processing of the materials, then the training and the use, which is already we are quite familiar with, and in the end we get to the disposal. So looking at the first boundary, sometimes when I send PowerPoint presentation, they get screwed with Mac and not Mac. But yeah, so the climate change boundary is data center energy consumption, processing of minerals and materials. Also semiconductor processing has a lot of energy consumption related to it. And then we have the manufacturing of electronic and microelectronic products. But this is not the focus of today, so it's not a problem that this looks like this. So now we're going into novel entities. So novel entities, as that is the release of hazardous and toxic materials into the environment without proper safety testing. And this is for many materials that we're using. And they are released during multiple steps in the life cycle. We have them during the mining process. We have them through wastewater from manufacturing processes. Again, semiconductors use a lot of chemicals to be produced. And that goes through the wastewaters just straight into the environment and the groundwater. Then we have through informal e-waste disposal. Electronic devices themselves contain a lot of materials. They're themselves already toxic. These can be lead, mercury, platinum, gold, neodymium, and they all, with our e-waste disposal, go right into the soils, the groundwater, and also the air. And e-waste is the fastest growing waste stream that we are facing currently. In 2019, it was almost 54 million tons, and 83% of this were unaccounted for. We don't officially know where they went, but there are already some approaches to test where our e-waste goes, and it's usually Southeast Asia, Africa, and also Latin America. and they're just illegally disposed. And then through informal recycling methods, they try to still gain some of the valuables from the electronic waste. Then it is estimated that in 2030, we have almost 75 million tons of e-waste. So it's a growing problem, and we have to find a solution for this by, for example, designing products differently. Then we have, as I said, a stratospheric ozone depletion is not really a problem, so I'll just skip over it. Then this atmospheric aerosol loading is measured in the difference from northern and southern hemispheric difference in particulate matter, which was inconclusive because we are mining and around the globe, northern and southern hemisphere, and also through transportation. It's also a global interactive supply chain, so that was very inconclusive how this is supporting or changing the interhemispheric difference. Then we have the ocean acidification, which is largely interdependent or dependent on the climate change boundary, since the oceans take up 30% of the atmospheric CO2 that we push into the atmosphere, and then changing the acidity state of the ocean. For the biogeochemical flows, it's also inconclusive. It's also mostly impacted by the agricultural sector, so we'll neglect this at this stage. Then we have freshwater consumption, and this is largely affected by hardware production, especially semiconductor industry. We have energy production, and this is a huge trade-off that we also have to take into consideration. We are always trying to go more into renewable energy, but producing renewable energy has also largely a high water footprint. Biofuels are very water intensive. Hydrogen is very water intensive. So we have to make some decisions here if we want to maybe help the climate change boundary and reduce it, or do we say like, no, it's more important that we secure the freshwater change and drinking water. So these are trade-offs that we always have to take into consideration. And then another point is data center cooling, which also takes up a few fresh water. Then coming to the land system change, land systems are changed for multiple reasons within the life cycle. We have mineral extractions, as I already said. For structural elements such as housing for the computer hardware would be aluminum and steel, and then functional elements to like build the little semiconductors would then be copper, gallium, germanium, indium, lithium, tantalum, tellurium, and so on. There's many, many minerals going into this. And then we have the infrastructure development for network connectivity and data center. You could see the data centers are very spacious, so they take up a lot of room. And this has a direct impact not only on the land system, but also on the biodiversity and the biosphere integrity, because all of these network and infrastructure buildings, you need roads, public sewer lines, you have grey water infrastructure, power lines, and they all lead to habitat defragmentation. So it's more difficult for animal species to cross, and they become like separated in ever smaller patches, and then it's very hard to maintain species population size because they're separate. And then, as I said before, the mineral extraction for lithium, for example, in the Atacama Desert is impacting flamingos, Andean and James flamingo species. They used to live on the surface water, but now there's reduced surface water availability, and you can already see that the population sizes are shrinking to a very a low level, that it's hard to maintain sustainable or long-term population size to not fall below the size that would maintain the species in the long run. So we can see 6 out of 9 boundaries are definitely impacted by the examples that I brought. And we're always talking about one of the boundaries, but there are 5 others that are really highly impacted. And there are studies showing that mineral extractions, for example, have a larger impact on Earth systems than the climate change boundary or the carbon emissions. So we can say, for my research question, how are AI and digitalization contributing to transgressing the planetary boundaries in multiple ways? The next question that follows up to this is, of course, to what extent? I'm working on that right now, so hopefully I could tell you more about that soon. And now for some take-home messages. I would conclude with our daily online activities and AI development undeniably contribute to pushing us further into the zones of increasing risk. We are facing ecological implications far beyond energy use and carbon emissions. And environmental impacts of AI development stages are geographically unevenly distributed. The majority world is mostly suffering from the development, and the minority world is benefiting from all the great things that we get from these very necessary tools. And out of habit, a question that I like to ask, is sustainable AI illusion or reality? For me at the moment it's more illusion, but I saw the agenda for today and it looks like we have many cool alternative approaches to develop these systems. I'm very happy and to hear some optimistic points of view towards this topic. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you to all the speakers for having been also very efficient. We have plenty of time for questions. So is there a question in the audience? Yes, please, Shirley.
Thank you for your very interesting presentation. I was not aware. I mean, I on a general level, I was aware that there were problems, but you pointed out in more detail, so thank you for that. Can you share a bit more on how you are planning to answer your research question?
To what extent?
Well, so the one on the
last one.
slide.
Yeah. So I'm looking into life cycle assessments from products that we have assessed, which are semiconductors. And then we have the output as global warming potential or water use. And I'm working on conversion functions to adopt them to the control variables that are used in a planetary boundary system. And to get rid of uncertainties, I use statistical methods to replicate the numbers that I have to come up with a distribution of data to see how it would likely, or like in a high likely case, in a low likely case. But yeah, so it's more of a conversion from life cycle assessments to put them onto planetary boundaries. I cannot assess all of them. So far, I think I have 5 that I can take into account, but it's already a start.
Okay, thank you. And maybe a suggestion that it would be good that after what you found, that you find a way to communicate it also to people already like working at the policy level, so you can influence them with your research.
I would love that.
Thank you. Another question? Okay, we have one. Yes, thank you.
Great talk. Thank you. Have you thought about what are the allowable limits? So if we talk about resources mining, for example, and all these sectors of impact that you thought about, suppose that we cap them on the green boundary. Have you thought about what is available?
Well, we have scarce resources, and then it comes to a question, like the most sustainable resource is the one that stays on the ground, right? So it comes to the question, how do we want to allocate these resources? What are necessary tools or products that we need to develop? Because there's just a scarce, like there's a limit what we can produce. If we really look at all the deposits underground, what we have, it will not be endless, right? So we at some point need to make decisions. We're here. Okay. So I don't have an answer for you to say like, okay, we have to stop at this amount. But I can tell you that we need to consider what we want to use it for, because it has an end. The resources are not limitless. So we will come to a natural end at some point. So.
Yeah, but like with oil, people have always thought that there is an end, but in the end, there's more and more drilling, there's more and more oil fields found, etc. So while everybody knows that it ends, the actual reality is that people are searching for more and keep on finding more. And I think the same is true with the scarce elements. So if you don't cap it, people will still find lithium fields somewhere which are mineable, or find some other deposit on the deep seas or something. So we are very, very resourceful in finding other resources. Yeah. So maybe you have...
Yeah, we are very resourceful in finding them. The question then is to find these new sources. There's a lot of investment going in, and then the impacts will just shift to, then you have more land system changes, then you have more water consumptions. Maybe we find more sources on the ground, but maybe we don't have the means to extract them anymore at that time. We never know. Like, I don't have a clear answer for you right now, but it's an interesting question.
Yeah, I have a question, maybe in continuation with the previous question. So I'm curious about your comment. How far are we to make a holistic assessment of the product that we are using in terms of life cycle assessment? For example, the microphone that I'm holding now, what is the sustainability assessment score of this? Maybe we should, if we could be able to kind of score every product that we purchase, that can make an impactful social effect, I mean, at the end. So what do you think? How far are we to make this assessment for every product that we
So I think it's very important, but we're not very far in doing this. This has multiple limitations. One limitation is it's not open source data available. So people would need to pay to do these assessments. And as we live in a capitalistic system, you don't really gain much from labeling. If just one microphone is labeled and it's not a policy standard, you have to label them. Probably the company will not choose to make this extra cost to evaluate the system. Then the next point is that the data sets that we're using are often a little bit outdated, so you will never get really the state-of-the-art answer that you're looking for. And the last point is that some data sets, I also try to find life cycle assessments. It's very hard. You can find a few. That's why I'm trying to simulate data as well, based on the one that I found, to increase the number of data points that I have, because it's very limited what you can find. And then I read a critique that data sets for microelectronic products are very outdated or not even taken into the data set because the harm from small products is not that bad. So we don't consider the quantity of what we produce. It's more like, that's such a small part. We don't really need to assess it. We need to only assess the big items like cars or huge industry halls or our buildings. But we don't look into the smaller parts because it's not really realized that the quantity also makes a huge difference with the scaling. Yeah.
Which is not correct, actually. I mean, if you make the quantity huge, for example.
Exactly, but we're just looking at this one part like, oh, but this one little pin, it doesn't matter. So this is a huge limitation in that work, yeah.
Thank you. So is there another question here? Yes.
I'm just curious to see if you have or you imagine a contradictory issue from the perspective of the countries getting the e-waste. For example, if they get advantage, and maybe they do, of getting e-waste, could it create a demand and a demand for e-waste?
So there used to be export to countries they would get money and the e-waste. But that was banned. So now it's illegally disposed there, often hidden as like a donation. So I'm donating 20 computers to a school in Ghana. And one works, the rest is damaged. But when it arrives, they say like, oh, it must have been damaged during the transportation, so we can't take it back. And the valuable of this is there was a huge issue that's called Agbok Bloshi in Ghana. It's near Accra. It's the e-waste site that I had on my picture. And there was this huge informal industry built around the e-waste. So they really adopted to e-waste being sent there and extracted the valuables that you could find. There's still some copper, there's still some gold. There are valuable materials inside. And through informal e-waste recycling, through open acid burning, through acid baths, they tried, or the population, they tried as much as possible to regain the valuable materials, which is then, there was like a lot of studies conducted. The remaining toxins seep in the groundwater in a 1 kilometer radius. The air, there's pollutants in the air. People breathe it. There's a lot of carcinoma detection. And then from one day to the other, 2 years ago, the government decided, oh, this is a bad image for the city. We're just gonna erase the whole e-waste site. And they just came with bulldozers, erased the whole site, and said we have to relocate outside, further outside from the capital. And everyone lost their homes, they lost their business, they lost the little that they had. And this is also not a solution, right? It's not a solution to bring the e-waste there, but it's also not a solution overnight to just, without a warning, demolish the whole site and take away your livelihoods, your collection of materials, your houses, and saying like, but this is good for you because now you're not getting sick anymore. But what happened, it was collected in one dump site. People moved more into the city, into individual living rooms, and doing this now in their backyard, in the living room, open acid burning, where the kids are right there. So they just change the huge image of Akbok Bloshi. We have a bad image in the country for this. We need to raise it. But then it just came a whole different new problem. So there's no easy solution for this as well. Like, yeah. I don't know if I really answered your question, but another input.
Thank you. Is there another question in the audience? Otherwise, we have on Slido a first one. We strive for innovation, AI, etc., and likely can't stop the developments. Your presentation shows how urgently we need to change. What is the solution in your view?
I would love to know the answer to that. So my solution would be to really think about what systems are necessary, what do we need to develop, what should be developed, and not just bring anything on the market and be like, oh, here's a tool that you need for 2 days, and then you get bored with it and it's becoming obsolete. So we are striving for innovation, yes, but maybe we should reconsider a bit what we want to see being produced and create them. It's very connected to designing for sustainability and the design of the systems. How do we design them? What do we design? Should we design it? I think we should reflect a bit more in what we're producing and not just like in this consumption society, just bring everything out there and then see how the market reacts and then just dispose of it if we don't need it. So maybe have some more insight what is really needed. Yeah.
Thank you. A follow-up question here.
Maybe just as a thought, would it be interesting to remove, when I sell a product, it seems like I just sell away the responsibility, right? So have people thought about keeping the responsibility at the producer side, even though you've sold your physical goods?
Yeah, there are approaches that try to make producers responsible, but they just pass it on as on the increased price on the consumer. What happens often? Every time there gets like a carbon tax or something on the producer, it's just reflected in higher consumer prices. So it's something that we always divert. And it would be great if we have, for example, what Fatima also related to is saying like stamps on the product itself when you buy it, that you really have to be accountable and that you have to implement, for example, life cycle assessments in the product development, and then we have a more and more sustainability-oriented society. Then maybe the consumer would make a more sustainable choice, and then the manufacturer also needs to follow up because his product is not being sold that much on the market anymore. But for that, we would need to start with maybe like the labels, and then see how the market reacts. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we have a multi-entry question for multiple speakers. So we will have this as a last question. So Michel said to include sustainability at the start, but Ward mentioned it's difficult for startups and often not the main concern. How can we change this? So easy question for you to start with, Sophia. Then we will go to Michel and to Ward. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's really difficult for startups. Maybe it would be, I'm not in a startup, so I don't know. But I would think that maybe if you start on a smaller scale, that is easier to implement right from the beginning, some sustainability criteria or assessments. Then after, if it's like a huge company already and we have everything set and done, and then afterwards implement some sustainability criteria is, for me personally, seems to be more difficult than doing it right from the start. But that's just a personal opinion.
Yeah, Michel, come here on the stage.
Yeah, that's a very good question, but very hard to answer easily. I think it's always also the question that people had at conferences when we talked about this issue. And in my point of view, it's really the motivation and the incentive. Like, what would motivate startups or industries to change their behavior? And I think it's a bit coming back to the slide that I had with the different parts like society, politics, researchers, developers. There will be, or you could say there's maybe some bottom-up and some top-down things that can happen, but I think it's a lot of politics, law regulations, it's consumer behavior. It will be also a change maybe of the values of the designers themselves. I think one really important thing is education. It will take some time, but As we can see, sustainability is a growing interest, a growing topic. It's getting a bit bigger in different conferences, so there might be a generation of designers, engineers that grow up with a bit more of education in the topic itself, and that could also change, I think, the view. If the companies cannot employ any more designers that are willing to do whatever it takes to earn and gain more money, it will change. And also, I think the question that I think you had, internalizing the costs, like not like CO2 taxes. That's something, or a good example for internalizing the cost to make the company really pay for its product or its impact. Yeah. Thanks.
So after two answers from the academic perspective, now the startup also response.
I had time to think about it, and I didn't come up with an answer. I would say the sustainability question is probably inherent in everything we do, but the business goals are the primary concern at first, right? And when you're a startup, you have to think, what do I do first, and how do I position my company so that my products are appealing in the market? And that product market fit today is not around sustainability. For voxel sensors, we're a technology platform, a technology provider. So our product market fit really is oriented around the low power, low latency proposition. And it just so happens that this low power concern aligns with a lot of low power concerns in sustainable goals. But it's not our primary driver to service these sustainable goals. Our primary driver is to create low power, low latency technology, which can be used in the market and create exciting applications.
Thank you. So a big round of applause to the three speakers. I hope you got to have a bit of a better understanding also of when we integrate contextual computing, AI, what are also the challenges that come with these different aspects? Do we integrate in robotics? And so, yeah, robotics being a complex field where you have disciplines working together at all times. This was a good example of how you need to have this intersectional view, looking at all the challenges coming from different disciplines. So, thank you. Blah blah is over. Coffee is ready for you.
Okay, sorry. Welcome back to the forum. We will be heading into our second session, which will be on the use phase, battery and energy consumption. And our first speaker will be Alejandro. Yes. And he is, or his background is a mechanical engineer, and he joins us from the Université Libre de Bruxelles. And he found his way into the field of control and automation and into batteries. And one of his research topics or interests is batteries and battery management, especially fast charging. And he wants to elaborate that for us now a bit more in the trade-offs of this fast charging. So give it up for Alejandro.
Thanks, Michel, for the kind introduction. As he said, I am Alejandro, and I promise you 3 things by the end of this talk. First of all, you will know a bit better how batteries or lithium-ion batteries are commercially charged. Second, you will know why we have to improve the charging protocols and the charging mechanisms to make them more sustainable. And third of all, my last promise, it would be that we will know how the commercial charging mechanisms can put in jeopardy the life of the battery, and also we can age faster the batteries. But why batteries and robotics, maybe you are wondering? Well, we need to increase the autonomy of drones and robots, and to do that, we have to get rid of cables. And to do so, we need to plug batteries to provide all the power that such devices need. But the main problem is that when using batteries, we have a trade-off between the usage time and the charging time of the device. Why? Because the charging time is higher than the time that we can use the robot or the drone. So that leads us to 2 things. Either we do a battery swap, we replace our battery to continue working, or we charge faster our batteries. And why we want to charge faster the batteries? Because we are human beings and we are not so patient. Actually, surveys since 2017 show that we don't want to wait more than 1 hour for the full charge of our devices. And when we are working with robots and with drones, that is the kind of charger that we are facing. This is a bit more fancy than the charger of your phones, but at the end, it's more or less the same. We have to decide how to charge the battery. So there are 2 questions that arise at the moment. How a charge works, and second, in this kind of chargers, and how I can choose those parameters for the charge. Well, first of all, let's solve the first question. Commercially, chargers use an algorithm that is called the constant current, constant voltage algorithm. In simple terms, we charge the battery with a constant current till we reach a voltage, and that current is defined as a C rate. I mean, a relationship between the current that we are feeding to the battery and the capacity of the battery. That means that if we are using 1C, we will charge the battery, at least in this stage, in 1 hour. And if we increase the C rate, we will decrease the charging time. Upon reaching a constant, that voltage, we will keep that voltage constant while decreasing the charging current. So the end, sorry, I jump a bit further. There will be an end of charge condition that will stop completely the charge, either a minimum current or a charging time. So the second question is, how can we choose those values, the voltage and the current that we provide to the charger? Well, first, I wouldn't say what is the best value. I would say what is the safest value. In terms of the voltage, for us, reducing the voltage can be only a problem of how fast I charge. But in terms of the current, as I said before, if I increase the current, I am reducing the charging time. 1C is 1 hour, 2C is half an hour, and 4C is 7.5 minutes. But is this safe? How can we ensure that this is safe for the battery? Well, we conducted some experiments with commercial batteries to test the life cycle of the batteries. And to do that, let's take into account a simple single cell, a single battery, that is a Sony battery that you see there, 3000 milliamps. This is more or less what you can have in your phone in a flatter way. And we use high precision equipment and we charge and discharge the battery. Charging with this CCCV that I just described and discharging with a conservative approach to neglect the effect of the discharge. I am focusing everything on the charge because the discharge depends on the device that we are using, okay? And what happens then? What you can see is that if we run 100 cycles of charge and discharge, at the end of those 100 cycles, instead of decreasing the charging time when we increase the charging current, what we are finding is a wall. We are hitting a wall that is increasing the aging of the battery instead of reducing the charging time. And perhaps you are wondering, this is only with the Sony batteries, with this manufacturer. No, actually you can find even weirder ways of this limit, of this wall that you're hitting. This is the case of LG batteries, that it happens even at low current. And also in the case of Samsung batteries, it happens the same. So when you are using a battery and you are saying, oh, my battery is not working, or I am charging it and it's aging, or is not working anymore after a few days, it's because you are using it in not the best way. And why? Perhaps you are saying, okay, after 100 cycles, I still have 10% or 30% of the charge, like in this case. This is the normal plot of the capacity over the time of a battery. And you can see, okay, at the end of the 100 cycles, I still have 30%. And in fact, the end of life of a battery is when the capacity is reduced below 80%. That means that at that point, you have to replace the battery because otherwise you are promoting fire hazards. You are promoting that your device is in danger due to the battery. And as Sophia said before, at this point, we have to replace the battery, and we are creating two scenarios. First of all, we are generating the demand that comes from overseas, because the materials come from Asia, Africa, and South America, and also we are generating waste, because replacing a battery, it doesn't have a second life after the 80%. We cannot reuse that battery for any other purpose. So how can we improve that? Well, some companies, as Oppo, BBK, they propose some modifications of this CCCV to counteract this aging phenomena. And that is the reason why in the academic field, you can find over, or I would say more than 100,000 publications on battery management system, fast charging strategies, and health-aware approaches. But the main problem is, okay, we know how the charger charges the battery, but what happens inside of the battery? What is the problem of increasing the charging current? So how can we improve the charge of the battery, extending the lifetime? That means that also extending the sustainability of using that battery. Well, this is a battery. If you see it from a microscopic viewpoint, we have a negative electrode that is the anode and a positive electrode that is a cathode. This cathode is composed of lithium materials that when the current passes through, generate lithium ions. Oh, you cannot? Okay. Okay. Sorry for the technical details. Okay, so coming back, this is a battery, and we have a positive and a negative electrode. The positive electrode is composed of lithium materials, and also we have cobalt, we have cadmium, we have aluminum, and the negative one is composed of graphite. What happens when we pass a current to charge our battery is that we generate lithium ions, and those lithium ions go from the positive electrode to the negative electrode. We can think of the negative electrode as a sponge that is accepting the the lithium ions that are generated in the positive electrode. The main problem is that if we impose a charging current that is really high, we're increasing the flow rate of lithium ions. And that, well, actually this is how that happens graphically. And what happens is that when we increase the charging currents, we are increasing or we are promoting also the appearance, the occurrence of parasitic reactions. In the negative electrode, what we are promoting is the plating. That means that the lithium ions are becoming metallic lithium, and we are losing that lithium within the cell. And also we are clogging the spots where into that sponge the lithium ions can go. And from the viewpoint of the cathode, also if we impose high voltages, high currents, and so on, we promote the solvent oxidation. We have an electrolyte that is surrounding the electrodes, and the solvent of that electrolyte is being oxidized by the lack of lithium ions. So we can model this, and that happens in many battery management systems, as a simple electrical model. And actually, that is okay for the macroscopic viewpoint because we can characterize the voltage and the current, but we are not characterizing what happens inside the cell. So the other approach is to do it from an electrochemical and thermal viewpoint. In that case, we can accurately characterize what happens inside the cell, and also we can limit that degradation phenomenon that we saw before. So by doing that, what we can do, first of all, or characterizing the battery in terms of electrochemical and thermal models, is to monitor what happens inside the battery, what happens at the core of the battery, what happens at the electrodes level. And according to that, we can characterize also where it's safe to charge the battery, meaning that we can find a relationship between the electrochemical state of the battery and the charging currents to find where the charge is possible without accelerating or without promoting the the degradation phenomena. The main problem of this is that this is chemistry dependent, this is temperature dependent, and this also depends on the core temperature of the battery. Why I say chemistry dependent? Because not all the batteries, they have the same chemical components within. Second, this depends on the temperature, because the plating, for instance, is more prone to happen or more accelerated at 5 degrees than at 40 degrees. So that means that we have to be aware of how we are charging our batteries, not only from the microscopic viewpoint, but also from the environmental viewpoint. If we are in the middle of the winter outside and we are charging the batteries, for sure we are promoting degradation mechanisms, even at low currents. However, that allows us to create the map and to develop a health-aware charging strategy that is able to counteract the degradation mechanism, or at least to limit it, because we will always have calendar aging. I mean, batteries will degrade anyhow. And what we can find is that if we come back to the case of the sunny cells, if you remember, that was the plot that I showed before for the case of the CCCV, we can reduce the charging time in 50% while having the same degradation of conservative and also the commercial, the most conservative commercial protocols, that is what the manufacturer recommends. To put you in other words, or to give you another perspective, what we are doing is that we are decreasing the idle time of the battery due to the charge. We are increasing the efficiency while also increasing the sustainability, because the battery will last the same number of cycles that it should be lasting. So to sum up a bit, I've shown you how commercial strategies can put in jeopardy the life of the battery if we are not choosing wisely or accurately the parameters of the charge. Also, I show you that there are degradation phenomena that can be triggered or can be accelerated during the charge of the battery. And with a regular commercial charger, we cannot see this or we cannot control this. So that is why we developed a health-aware fast charging strategy able to counteract or to limit the occurrence of this kind of phenomena. And I would like to thank you for being here in this, to conclude this presentation, but also to thank Innoviris and also the Brussels region that have supported financially all of this research along the last 3 years. as I heard at the beginning, we listened to a representative of Brussels region. The main problem is not to solve Brussels' problem, it's also to solve the problems that we are generating outside and overseas. So thanks a lot. And
Okay, thank you very much, Alejandro. And now for questions. Is there any questions from the audience? Yeah, you have one.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice talk. A question from the material scientists. So you showed that the performance is dependent on many things, of course, including the anodes, cathodes, and electrolytes, and the temperature, and the chosen chemistry in between, and etc. There are so many researches are also going on about the polymer electrolytes and polymeric cathodes, for example. So how do you think we are kind of evolving to material-dependent cathodes selection in terms of going away from the metal-dependent battery cathodes?
But in that case, you have, first of all, as Michel said at the beginning, my expertise also is on chemical engineering, not from the materials science perspective. The selection of materials that you have in the batteries or within a cell, for instance, depends on the difference of potential, equilibria, to create that voltage and the power that you want to deliver. Obviously, you can improve the materials. You will have always, let's say, a metallic compound there. That you have the lithium, is a metallic compound, let's say. Also, you have now sodium batteries, or they are developing sodium batteries. But at the end, the definition of polymeric materials is also in terms of safety and how to counteract from a physical viewpoint the degradation mechanism that I just described. Because sometimes it's an effort that should be jointly done by the designers of the battery, by the electrochemist, but also by us that we are operating the batteries. So, to be honest,
because it's not only always how efficient to use the batteries in terms of sustainability, but how we design the batteries in terms of sustainability. Which sustainable or which more sustainable materials we should use to design the batteries. As a material scientist, I was always approaching from both ways because metals are always the limitation for the batteries as well. That's why I wanted to draw the attention.
From a material viewpoint, I can question you back. What is the best design that will ensure a good recycling process? Because so far, we have a few recycling processes, not so well developed, I would say, or well implemented. So the batteries that are wasted are batteries that are lost. So as you are the expert on the field, how can we improve the design to improve the afterlife, let's say?
For example, there was a remark in yesterday's talks. I think there was 6 hours of time spent to kind of disassemble the battery. Am I right? Do I remember right? So for one battery, 6 hours. I mean, if you imagine the time and effort and expertise to put on starting to recycle the batteries is huge. So sometimes I think chemists could do much better, effort and put some better products to switch from material to polymer. That's what it's also kind of a research, of course, topic for myself, but I just would like to raise the concern here also to make a discussion point.
In fact, lithium-ion batteries are quite young. They have less than 30 years in the market. So, and the first development is back in the 80s. So that doesn't mean that scientists are not trying to do, many of us, we are scientists, so we are not trying to change the perspective and the usage of certain materials. The main problem is how keen the companies are to implement such developments, because changing a manufacturing line of batteries is not something that costs peanuts. So that is the main problem. And to us, as users of batteries, something that I didn't point out is that a battery costs a few euros. I mean, those batteries that you saw there are 5 euros. For the user of a drone, that is the lowest cost. For the user of a robot, that is the lowest cost. So for most of the companies that use batteries are negligible. It's a cost that they can afford, and that is why we have to improve the perspective of the company that is using the robot or the drone, and not how to improve the batteries physically, I would say. Because that change will take, I would say, a couple of decades to change manufacturing lines.
Okay, and we have 2 questions from Slido. I think the first one might be very quick. So just to clarify, is there a way to consume less energy by charging batteries in a different way or speed?
Charging energy in which sense? The energy stored within the battery will be the same all the time. The way that we are changing is how we are charging the battery. If we are using 10 amps for 10 hours, or if you are using 300 amps in 1 hour, the amount of power that we are feeding is exactly the same. The efficiency that we have to consider, but at the end, the amount of energy, the amount of power that we are feeding to the battery is exactly the same, and the amount of power that the battery will take, the drone or the robot will take from the battery will be exactly the same. So we are not changing the consumption of the power or the current. What we can do is using stationary batteries or storing facilities based on batteries to let's say, to store energy coming from the wind, from the sun, and so on. That is different. But if we are seeing it from the perspective of the drone, it's just the same amount of energy in different time frames.
Okay, thanks. And last question. There is a lot of research on this topic, but do consumers know about these issues, e.g. End of life at under 80%? And how could consumers be educated better on this? I don't know if that falls into your expertise, but maybe you have an opinion on that.
I hope that at least for the attendees here present, my talk helps a bit to understand the batteries and to help them knowing how to charge the batteries. It's true that with some devices, some chargers, we are not able to control or to regulate how the charge is done, or what are the limits that we are imposing, for sure. But it's really nice to create awareness about how batteries are being charged and how batteries can impact also the efficiency of a device, because that should be done from once again the industry viewpoint, and we are just consumers of the products that come and the algorithms, the energy management algorithms that come within our devices. So, but yeah, it could be a nice way.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Give
Michel.
it a round of applause again for Alejandro. And then I will introduce our next speaker. It is Abhishek Gupta coming from Berlin. And we know each other for the last 4 years, I think. 4.5, okay, thanks. And another mechanical engineer, and we got caught up in robotics. I will move here a bit more. And his research or his interest is also on robotics, but he's taking a bit a step back and trying to look at the whole system, like what is surrounding the robot, what is around the robot, what is the infrastructure, what do we need to plan for the robot, for the service to implement the robot itself, and in that way trying to think of benefits and advantages to really have this knowledge and improve the service, improve the sustainability. So give it up for Abi, and I will just manage to have your presentation on the screen, and you can install yourself.
Thank you, Michel, for the. I hope I'm right on the mic, right? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you, Michel, for the quick and concise introduction. Good afternoon, or maybe still good morning, everybody. In the next 14.5 minutes, my aim is to present you how it's possible to rethink how we design service robots, not as standalone products, but maybe as part of service systems, so that as the title of the presentation says, for responsible operation management. Every research work has a motivation. Well, most of them have, and I hope every. And our motivation, when I say our, I mean, I speak for Michel, for myself, and the department at TU Berlin. Our motivation is if that somebody thinks by just incorporating service robots into conventional services, everything is going to change and everything is going to be perfect, optimized, and efficient, I think we are wrong. And that's why the motivation is humans, not robots, are responsible agents. Robots are tools just designed to achieve human goals. You wouldn't believe me just because I'm saying it, but there are many other organizations such as the IEEE Automation and Robotics Society which believe in this. And luckily, this quote is not from me. Coincidentally, I'm in Belgium, the home of European Commission. This quote comes directly from European Commission Horizon, the EU research, and they published it in the Innovation magazine. And they also believe that robots are just tools designed to achieve human goals. Now, I don't want to give a lecture here what robots are, etc., etc. Just a small important information for the next slides. Robots can be very simply defined as mechatronic. Wait, just a second. So, yeah. Robots can be very simply defined as mechatronic products, a combination of feedback systems, sensors, actuators, motors, etc. And then they transform into intelligent mechatronic products, cyber-physical systems, and smart products. Now, smart products are basically when such robots are combined with internet-based services or smart services. Michel, he gave a really nice presentation on the product development system and the product life cycle. I wouldn't dive deep into it, but just to understand, a very simple way to understand the product life cycle is the holistic product life cycle. Starts from strategic planning, goes to product development, where basically the prototypes are developed, realization and production, where the serial production takes place, and then product use and end of life. Now, the problem is, I said something about internet-based services. My mind says internet-based services should also be started to be developed in the initial strategic planning phase. Sadly, that's not the case. They're actually started to be developed at the end of the realization or production phase. Now, just do the mathematics, 1 + 1, if I'm developing a service robot, which is using a service to fulfill certain kinds of goal, and then I realize in realization or production phase, I need to change the robot now. I need to reconfigure the robot. Maybe it's just a prototype, but the amount of materials that have been used, spent, and resources that have been invested, they all might just go to waste. So the idea is to come up with a methodology where the life cycles of the product and the services are coexisting, or at least they run simultaneously. To go ahead and to make you understand and make you believe in the methodology, it's easier for me at least to come up to explain everything with a use case. And the use case, again, back and forth to Michel and Abi, is the Marble, the functional prototype from TU Berlin, which we developed for autonomously emptying the litter bins. That is why the full form is Mobile Autonomous Robot for litter emptying. As you can see, it has a platform, several sensors, a robot arm to open the litter bin, collect the garbage, and compress the garbage. The process is basically more or less very simple. Starts with autonomous drive, A to B, B being the litter bin, opens the litter bin, the garbage gets emptied, it's transferred to the compressing machine, gets compressed, and then needs to be extracted. Why? Because we couldn't achieve that the robot can empty all this 26,000 liter bins and dustbin in Berlin at one go. So after 4 emptyings, it needs to transfer the garbage. Now, seems pretty straightforward and easy, but luckily we ourselves, the developing team and the potential end user, we identified some kind of shortcomings. For example, limited speed. Has to drive on the pedestrian path, can't drive more than 5 km per hour. Dimensions constraints, expensive robot arm, and then also time-intensive operation. Sophia gave a very nice speech on how the time-consuming programs can also have an impact on the energy consumption. Then limited garbage storing capacity and the need for garbage transfer. Now, to overcome these things, the question can be, for optimized usage, should we reconsider the design? I would say yes, why not? But I would hardly and strongly suggest not just to reconsider the design, but reconsider the design approach as robot infrastructure and service-based design approach. Just to give you a short view or impulse what I exactly mean, imagine a smart product combined with a service. Then we are speaking in the field of smart product service solutions. Helps to meet individual goals. Combine it with intelligent systems and maybe integrate when automatically the needs of stakeholders can be changed and other product service solutions. We are talking about a system level from smart product service systems, can optimize overall results. Move it a little bit more ahead and combine all the other associated smart PSS or product service systems. We are speaking from an ecosystem. They speak of to have the greatest impact on total system. I'm of another opinion. They cannot achieve the greatest impact, but possibly one of the best impacts. And that's why the methodology that we developed is called CLAPS methodology, Coexisting Lifecycle Initiation and Management for Autonomous Robot Product Infrastructure and Service. I had another name in my mind. It was SLAPS. Synchronized life cycle, and etc., etc. Thankfully, I decided the name together with my professor, and he said, yeah, Mr. Gupta, let's work to get CLAPS in the end, not SLAPS. So that's the name, CLAPS methodology. And over here, as you can see, I hope the pointer is visible, the life cycles of the product as well as the service, they have been synchronized since the beginning of the modified strategic planning phase, which I showed you in the previous slides. We start with a socio-technical analysis that is just to see what exactly is missing in the current actual service system being performed by humans, so that these shortcomings must not be faced by the service robots. We move on to generate the requirements and if need be, also incorporate additional assistant infrastructure and carry on with their digital prototypes based on a specific operation management system. Now, operation management system for me can mean everything and nothing, but and for you guys from different fields, it can be different goal. For somebody, it can be the ecological perspective, somebody economic perspective, and for somebody social. A dream world will be when everything combines together. For one researcher, unfortunately, it's not possible. And then, if we are satisfied that okay, everything is more or less fine, we work again on the requirements and provide the specific requirements in the product and development phase, where the product, the assistance infrastructure, and the service, they are developed in a combined way, so that if interrelated changes are needed, they can be carried on simultaneously. And then obviously we go to the production phase, the usage phase, and the end of life. Now, don't be scared of this. No questions will be asked. It's part of my doctor thesis. But every phase needs a method. Every phase needs a method. I can't just expect without methods to work ahead. But these methods are more or less should be are defined in such a way that every developer can choose their own methods. It's more or less like use case friendly, domain expertise friendly, resources friendly, Yeah, and you can choose your own methods. But one of the most important thing over here is SPP, or as I like to call, standard physical prototype development. It's like, although the idea is to use this methodology for new service products or new service robots, if luckily there are existing existing standard physical prototypes. For example, in our case, the prototype is already there. Why not use the results and the experience gained from the functionality tests for providing the new service system that we are aiming to provide, and if need be, for example, in this case, the requirement of additional assistance infrastructure. And then we focus on the operation management system to analyze the whole service process and see if we are walking in the right or the wrong direction. For Marble, it was pretty clear we need to overcome the problems to infrastructure, assistance infrastructure. One, a mothership helps to transport the robots and take away the garbage after the Marble has reached its maximum capacity. And then the second one, maybe a filling level predictor from the litter bin, so that we know how much full the litter bins are and not to just get lost with overloaded marbles or overfloating streets with garbage when Marble is not able to empty it. To make you a little bit believe more, we simulated this all in a real world park example. It's those of you who don't know, it's in Berlin, James Simon Bijou Park, a really beautiful park with 51 litter bins scattered overall. The problem is even the municipality doesn't know where exactly the litter bins are. And just imagine telling a robot, hey, congratulations, you are automated, go and empty the litter bins. The results, let's not discuss over here. I'm still getting paid. And then we develop operation management system. As Michel said, basically my background is a mechanical engineer. I'm still striving in this physical space, cyberspace, but luckily I have gained some knowledge how to combine all of them, and especially the stakeholders, and combine them in route and operation management service. That is why the focus for the next 4.5 minutes that might have been left is the operation management system. You take it into a little bit more different and in-depth level, and then you can have information flow. And the information flow is, again, physical layer, platform layer, and app layer. And then my concern is how to manage the operation management and routing. You start with different parameters. You have different algorithms. I wouldn't say one algorithm is the best, never possible. Then you have the operational goals, and then you see how it functions. For us, the parameters were pretty much straightforward. Energy consumption from Marble, from mothership, from litter bins, and the filling level with respect to their positions. For the conventional one, we assume that every litter bin is 50% full, and for the smart litter bins one, it was like we give them randomly the number between 0 and 100% in 10% steps. We come to the results with the help of route planning algorithms, and we see over here the first one with Marble without any mothership, we are way higher in time consumption, a little bit better than the diesel vehicle that the municipality is currently using. But I have been told electricity or electric is the future, so we also compared with the electric vehicles. And in those aspects, we are way bad, we are bad. We are way bad in the energy consumption and also in the time consumption. We tried something different, like with the fleet, getting a little bit better. Tried with the smart dustbins, getting more better. And then comes a hurdle, and it is in Berlin, vandalism. You can't just convert all the 26,000 litter bins in one go. It will cost millions. Nobody wants it. But I like a very specific proverb in German language. It's like keinen Sacken aus der Krone brechen. It means simply, if one hurdle comes, it doesn't mean the jewels are falling from the crown and you can't use the crown. We took it as another opportunity to add feather in the cap. And what we did was, we took the device that we developed for measuring the filling level of the dustbin, modified it a little bit, went 2 months in December and January in the park, gathered the data at 7 o'clock before the workers of the municipality were there, used it for predicting the filling levels in the future over different classified classes, such as days, weekends, special events. We also worked on Christmas and New Year, by the way. And then we realized 85% of accuracy if we skip the dustbins or the litter bins, which are less than 25%. We might be able to save more energy and achieve it quickly. And this is how we get a little bit better, but still not so close to the electric vehicle variant of the municipality. So we redesigned. So we almost done, Michel. So we redesigned. We took away the robot arm, and we redesigned the compressor in such a way that the capacity has been increased. And luckily, we got a little bit more closer to the energy consumption and the operation time of as compared to the electric vehicle. Now, the moment of truth. These are the two benchmarks for us, diesel and electric from the municipality. We started over here. We landed somewhere over here, solutions with least possible operational time. Then we landed somewhere over here, solutions with least possible energy consumption. And now, everybody that is present over here and online, please take just 2 seconds. I didn't promise you that I'll provide you with the minimum solution or with an optimum solution. I said responsible operation management. So with the help of different solutions, we are trying to get there where we want to without trying to actually start developing things physically. But first, let's stick in the simulative world. And when we are confident that the results might be so good, let's start in the prototype actual development, and then later on think about this serial production. And in the end, it's more or less having a developed system instead of standalone product as a product and service system, or smart product and service system, as you want to say, and combining it with the other product service systems. That was my time. There is a reason why I have my picture. I'm standing alone over here. And my goal over here was also to see and to win some people who can actually help me criticize my own methodology and make me show what the plus points are. You all are developers in the field of robotics. You are users. And maybe, as Sophia said, yesterday also many people said, it's time to collaborate, and it's time to see how one thing affects the others. And maybe it might be a chance to sit together once again for 1.5 hours and see how things, good or bad, I have done in so far. Yeah, that was my time. Thank you very much. And last thing, Michel, a big thanks to all of you for organizing the event. Everything is more than perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will postpone questions from the audience, I think, for the break. I will just go through the Slido questions. We have to run a bit with the time, so we have enough time for the discussion afterwards. So, first one for you is, thank you for the talk, I enjoyed it. My question is about the motivation as to why did you need a robot to empty the recycling bins?
Really nice question. I didn't feel the need. I didn't feel the need that we need a robot, but there was a need from the municipality. They're having workforce problems. If you come to Berlin in winter, where there is snow, unfortunately, the people that are working on emptying the litter bins, they don't have the time to empty the litter bins. They need some kind of help. And providing a robot was one possible solution. We are still not there. We are still working, but we don't think that the robot is the only solution. If need be in future, we are there to help to provide a responsible solution.
Thanks. The second question is, you considered environmental and social aspects. What about the economics? The robot is expensive. Does your route planning help to show the business case solvings?
It's an amazing question, but I'll divide it into 3 parts and very quickly. Environmental and social aspects, yes, we did. Actually, I didn't speak anything about social, so thank you still for the compliment. Economics, yes, energy in the end is money. If I'm spending energy, if I'm having energy consumption, I need batteries, I need to charge them. It's in the end economics. But if I don't want to go back quickly to the slides, but there's a part where it says analysis, and there be it the life cycle analysis for the ecological aspect or life cycle cost analysis for the economic aspect. I said you can choose your own models, you can choose your own tools to evaluate, and I'll be more than happy if somebody can merge together and say how it's how effective is it in economics perspective or cost effective perspective. Second one, show the business case or savings. I really don't like planning help to show the business case or savings in terms of money. Yes, we will be saving money if we are saving time and energy, but business cases, small information, product service systems or smart product service systems are just a fancy name for business cases, and it is a kind of a business case, but to develop more depth into business cases, I might have to change my background from mechanical to software to manager background. It might take some time, and maybe in a few years I can answer the question properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Abi. Insightful and as always very entertaining as well. Thanks
Same
a lot.
Good.
Okay, so the third speaker on this session will be Chris Verdonk. Please come up to the stage. He's an artist from Belgium and has, over the last years, I think you can say decades, had a lot of projects between installation, performances, and he's particularly intrigued with machines and to include machines in the performances, as I'm right. And he will show us a few of his works. And then right after his talk, we will jump into the discussion with the three speakers from this panel. So I will just plug it in and you can start ahead. Thanks.
Yes, so thank you. Yes, here? The mic there?
Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah. So, I would love to start with to explain you a little bit how the visual arts work. So poor artists, no money. So that means all the machines we invent are prototypes. To get from prototype to something real, most of the time there's no money nor time, so that's not happening. But curators, always fun, they absolutely need machines that work for 3 months or plus. Machines that have to be interesting, stable, all of this audience, children, dogs, these machines have to survive all of it. And everybody needs something innovative, etc. So the list of what is needed and what is provided, there's nothing provided. You come in the morning because there's no budget, and in the evening your thing has to work. There's another plus. In those 3 months, even a projector, even just a normal projection against the wall is difficult because every morning the thing has to be installed. It has to put on. If you have a electric breakdown, everything has to restart by itself because you cannot actually not demand of the, with all due respect for the people who work in musea, that they can handle and to put it again on, let alone if your machine is even more difficult to really set it up. I will even go further. When your machine breaks down and the exhibition is in Hong Kong, there it is. So if you go to an exhibition where there is multimedia, please go the first week, because the second week there will be nothing nothing anymore. And I really mean it. It's not even a joke. So then I from there on, I thought, okay, so I have to come with, and I did it for years and years, these kind of high-tech, interactive Max MSP or whatever machinery, and indeed mine was also failing always. So then I thought, okay, let's go. So I need machines that, or objects that are completely self-sufficient, completely, I don't want even to use the electricity of the museum, because that can fail also. So from there on, okay, my next step was why not having solar panels, and as solar panels as my own battery or as my own production of electricity. And then my next step was how to go as low tech as possible, because everything else, if that fails, is problematic. And to get completely something stable, why not go in Da Vinci mode and really go complete low tech as much as possible? And from then on, the next step was that I was really intrigued by how the electricity day and night and everything changes by with nature together. It follows even if there's a cloud in front of the sun, you have less energy. So then I thought, let's try to give form to this to the fluctuations. So there was my first one. It's a rock, 650 kilos pure marble that turns around, of course, completely on one point. There it is, on one point, turning around, and when there's a lot of sun, it turns fast. When there's no sun, of course, it stops, and it's even as sensitive for the moment. When there's a cloud in front of the sun, it goes a bit slow, and so it's completely working with the elements instead of against. And the fun part, I thought, was that the engineer I was working with, during this production, he begged me almost like, shall we not use a battery? Or can I please plug in? Or just something to control the DC engine, because it's so difficult to get it one-on-one with nature instead of against, with the elements. So that was also quite intriguing so this is the explanation. It was quite intriguing for me to start thinking about why doing exercises or thinking to develop machines that are really with the thing and canceling out the battery to go low-tech as possible. And while following all these the beautiful speeches you guys gave, I always thought like, but is there also for quite a lot of propositions, is there also a low-tech variation possible? Is not the first, I always heard this kind of, we're gonna do, and it's always like electricity and batteries, they're always there. We understand that there are problems, and probably batteries are the biggest problem in the whole production of natural energy. Why not trying to think a bit out of the box and go with instead of against? Or it has to without batteries. This one, so then I thought, let's go more complicated if my engineer is really almost killing me. So then I had, sorry for the shaking. So this one is also completely on one solar panel, all elements. That's why the big ball is there, because everything has to be in perfect balance, not to have too much, to demand too much energy from the solar panels or the electro engines or the DC engines. So if everything is in balance, those were 3 motors that were also completely working by themselves. So I come into the museum, I put the thing down, and it works for months because it just is mechanical and not. So it skips quite a lot of problems. And so this is one of the things that I was really intriguing, and it's also more a question for everybody here. Is it possible without a battery? Also, for example, I see these wonderful exoskeletons or these hands and stuff. A friend of mine who was born without a hand, and he was quite cute when he was when he was a child. He always had a fake arm, and with this arm he lived with it, and he could do everything. He was just, if he says, I caught a big fish, he says, it's this big. He does everything with it. And then, I think 10 years ago or so, he had a more complex machine that could also do other movements, and it was always breaking down. There were always problems. It was more expensive than ever. He was, while we are talking, suddenly the ant opens because incidentally he touched the sensor, and after a while he said, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna throw this thing away. I'm much more at ease when I'm just having a stupid stick instead of something roboticized. And so it's one of another example, and that goes way too far, I know, but I will I take the liberty here. At one point I was in Cuba and there was a huge concert, and it was not even 5 minutes when the electricity broke down. Nothing anymore. And then suddenly people searched all their instruments themselves, and it was a great night because everybody was just partying along without the concert. What I want to say is that the question is also the question here, and that was also, I loved the question there. Does it need to be a robot that collects the garbage? And I think that's one of the first questions we should pose. And on a design level, I'm quite convinced that actually so many things can be just mechanically solved, and so very sustainable, where you can really trust on the object that is invented. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think there was a question right there, and then we also have one from Teams.
Thank you a lot. We use a lot of springs indeed to go not against the natural motion, but to exploit the natural motion, also a bit like humans do. When we walk, we don't have a lot of muscle activities because it's sometimes the natural motion. Did you consider also using storage elements like maybe flywheels or springs or other such mechanical devices?
Sure, all of it, yeah. It's much more just an exercise in thinking, and even I know that it's an impossibility, etc., etc. The world doesn't run low tech anymore. Sure, as long as it is completely stable and that can survive. In my sense, in my case, the 3 months of museum without any mistake. Yes, of course. Yeah.
So there are these toys that sort of can rotate forever just under light pressure. The one side is shiny, the other side is dark, and then they can start like turning around forever.
Yeah, beautiful.
Have you explored that, working on maybe larger sized objects than the tiny things that we can purchase?
Yeah, I know them, but it's almost impossible. They're so beautifully in glass, in vacuum most of the time, because there can not be a single little bit of friction, because the one is black and one is white, and so it's really just it is too delicate to make a big version of it. But I did, yes.
I have another question, which is or more like a comment, where we find like an interesting fight between complexity or simplicity is when we work on robots that make themselves. And we constantly run into the problem that, you know, for a robot to make itself, sometimes we need many feedback loops, including vision loops and whatever. But then, of course, the vision loop needs to be needs to be making itself as part of. And we've always been wondering whether what is the proper technology development trajectory in order to realize like a self-sustaining colony of robots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, sure.
But we're thinking about. I mean, we're thinking about this when we use when we think about these problems. For example, for colonization of areas where there will not be a human.
Yeah. I don't know. That's out of my range, of course. Robots that construct robots are. I don't know what to answer in this one. I don't know.
It was just a comment.
Yeah. Thank you.
So this question is from Patrick from Climate Robotics Network. To the speaker's point just now, the use of soft robotics, bio-inspired robotics and morphology enables for more efficient energy consumption and nature-powered locomotion. For example, he posts a link. Also, I'm a big fan. I'm a big of minimalist approaches. A big fan of minimalist approaches to designing and building robotics. So we can check out the link later.
All right. Thank you.
I think we will get to that. Soft robotics will be a topic of the third session, so we will get to that. Patience, Patrick. And I think we'll just go into the discussion panel now. Can maybe Alejandro and Abi join us on the stage? I will move into the frame. Okay, I hope we have everything on screen. No, we don't need no slide. Okay, so I can start to introduce the discussion. We just heard 3 different views on batteries, the use of batteries or not using batteries. And we heard in the first session, of course, all the impacts that can come from batteries as the environmental, the societal impacts. And so in general, there's a big impact coming from the batteries, and of course we would be better off if we had no batteries. But is this possible? That's something we will want to discuss here in the panel, and I will just give the mic to you and start with the question, why don't we get rid of the batteries? Who wants to maybe start? I think a lot of you will have the thought in mind that's not possible, but we're just here to explore and see what alternative approaches there might be.
Yeah, in these last works, I made the biggest. I also see there's a lot of challenges on a development side that somehow, for example, just DC engines are now also directly controlled by processors, etc., etc. So we at the moment we're even thinking about constructing our own DC engines that are able to really have also that can take the hits of fluctuations of the sun, etc. So it's I think there's a lot of challenges that are necessary if we would think about doing things without batteries. So yeah, a lot of mechanical goals are there that could be interesting and challenging.
Oops. Yep, just go ahead.
Thanks. I think that we cannot get rid of batteries. I mean, they have been with us for 150 years with the case of the lead-acid batteries. But we should, or we would, I mean, I think that we should use them in the rightful amount. It's not that we should power every device with a battery. We have cables, we have connections. Please show that actually you can have a structure that depends on cables and PV panels. So that doesn't mean that everything has to be powered with batteries. We have also to cultivate patience, because most of the things that we have shown today is about being patient and waiting for the the charging time of a device, or waiting to see the work of Chris moving in the right speed due to the sun. So everything is about patience, and also about picking the liters of the garbage. It's like patience about when it will be done. No, it's that it should be done right now. So it's about efficiency, but also about patience, I would say.
Thank you. A little bit confusing now. One wants to get rid of the battery, one doesn't want to get. I don't know whose side to take, but I would say I completely agree. If there's a possible solution to work around without batteries, it'll be the best possible thing. But we should also a little bit think, like, first we want to get rid of the diesel vehicles, then sometimes we want to get rid of the batteries, etc., etc. We really need to see how to achieve the solutions, because when we speak of sustainability, it might be possible over here in Brussels to get rid of the batteries, or in maybe in Germany. We also need to think how it's possible all over the world, and then see what kind of impact and how the technology goes further. But yes, if I can live in a world without batteries, I think I'll be a very happy person, because mostly I don't even understand how they work. So, but I know that their impact is not that good on our system. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The discussion is also open to the audience, and we received a question on Slido, so I will read the question out loud. Asking whether we need a robot at all seems to be a theme of almost all presentations today. I agree, but how do we convince roboticists and robot companies? Does anyone of you have an idea, as maybe presenting a roboticist, how to convince us of using less and going more into the direction of sufficiency? Yes, it's more about how do we convince roboticists or robot companies to use less robots?
Yeah. Do you hear? Yes, am I good?
Push it up. Yeah.
Yes. I think if we want to invent stuff, because that's what we love to do, I think there's quite a lot of challenges. It's just a mindset to try to, as a first step, to make something sustainable, and from then you go on. And I think the mechanical challenges are as big if you go for the high-tech stuff in IE or in the low-tech stuff. So the fun of making things, that's why what roboticists probably why they do things, because it's fun to do. But the fun is also to do it low-tech. So in that sense, we just have to convince them that, for me, in my case, to go low-tech is also very, very challenging.
Thanks. Do you have another opinion on that, maybe?
I completely agree with that.
Okay. Okay, I see. I have a question. Maybe it's a bit about back to the battery theme. Do you think taking away the battery would make a robot more autonomous or less so? And why? You can also pass if you want to.
I think first. More, absolutely, because the mechanical parts are so reliable that it needs less human beings around to survive. So much more sustainable, and less human beings that are needed.
Well, as Chris said, it's a matter of autonomy. It's what you want to do. If you are attached to a cable, or if the robot or the drone can go independently. I mean, if it can go around without any issue. It's also true that you can profit from wind energy, solar energy, and so on. But when there are fluctuations of that kind of energy, how can you do it? So it's about autonomy, and I would say what is the purpose of the technology,
Just a small addition to it. If anything is happening on its own, irrespective of the fact how, and if the mechanical components with help of maybe solar energy or etc., working on their own, I think we are increasing the level of autonomy over there. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, thanks. Another question I thought of in this topic is maybe going back to a bit more technical standpoint. What trade-offs would you expect from trying to work around the battery? So taking away a battery, what technical trade-offs would you expect?
You can if you want.
Okay. I would say it brings me back to my topic or my focus. If you're getting rid of batteries, then you need to think how you're going to charge, and then coming back again, it's an additional component that you need to provide the service, be it from robots or be it from any other thing. And it's the same. No wonder electric vehicles have been for so long amongst us, but still we are afraid to use them because lack of charging infrastructure, range anxiety. And no wonder when robots won't be having batteries, we might be afraid, hey, how exactly is the robot going to charge itself? Will there be enough sun or wind? And I think it brings me back to the same conclusion that we have to see how the whole system works. Without that, to give a concrete answer might be foolish of me right now. Yeah.
It's difficult to add on top of that. How to replace the battery would be about how to replace the power system of the device. If we have the connectivity, the electrification, if we can find another source of energy to power the device, thinking about the robot that you are developing, if you are not using batteries, you are using fossil fuels. And we are coming back to, once again, to the I mean, if you are not using, obviously, solar energy and wind energy, some sort, if you are not using batteries, you are using fossil fuels. And so we are coming back to the same, to the origin of the problem about waste energy and carbon, decarbonation and this kind of topics. So what is the solution if we are not using electricity, if we don't use batteries? From your viewpoint, what kind of energies we can use?
I think, irrespective of the fact, coming back to fossil fuels, batteries, they get charged, right? It's not necessary that the electricity that we are using is 100% emissions free. For example, I know in Germany we call it like Strom mix, and the amount of energy that we are using just to charge the battery, even if it's electric, we are having a very high amount of CO2 emissions. So the only idea which I really like from his presentation is getting rid of batteries is really nice, because then we can just switch to natural or renewable energy providing sources, solar energy, wind energy, etc. It's just we have to see how to get the whole robot or system running. That's my opinion, because fossil fuels, irrespective, even batteries, they are not 100% emissions free. It's just that we are used to selling this, or we are used to greenwash that, hey, electric, CO2 emissions free, do whatever you want. I'm sorry, I don't agree on that point.
It's not about I mean, I'm not saying that all electricity is purely produced. What I said is that it's from the viewpoint of autonomy. If you don't have a battery to store electricity, you have to depend on maybe hydrogen, or that can be an option, or fossil fuels to move your vehicle. So it's from the viewpoint of autonomy, not from the viewpoint of generation of the power, of the electricity that we are consuming. what is the option if we don't install, for instance, a roof full of PV panels on your device? How can we power it during the operation?
Some remarks from the audience.
I think it also depends on how much fidelity we want that the system is up and running. For example, in Belgium there was at a certain moment IoT devices. Okay, it's not a robot, but a kind of measurement devices in your garden to know how much humidity is in the ground, because they want to see the new climate with long periods of dry periods and wet periods. And that were all battery powered devices because they had to send it to the cloud. So it was 10,000s of batteries being used. And then the question is, maybe they can go to solar panels, or they were also thinking for the temperature difference between ground and the upper part, to use that as a source of electricity. And then to agree that not always the device is switched on, because it doesn't matter maybe that in your measurement you don't have all measurement points, because the return is that you can save a lot of batteries in it. The same for my grass mowing robot. Imagine that solar panels will be efficient enough. Yeah, if there is not a lot of sun, probably my grass doesn't also grow a lot, so it's okay that for a few days it doesn't work anyway. When it rains, it shouldn't drive because it's too muddy than the garden. So of course, when it's somehow health related, maybe you want, of course, redundancy, and that is always. So I think depending on the application, but we need to get maybe rid of the need that always all robots should work, and to see what is the trade-off between availability of energy, the resources you want to put in, and the uptime of the robot.
Thank you very much. And another one, I think here in the back, from Stephen.
Thank you very much, and thank you for 3 great presentations. And perhaps my question or idea is consistent with everything you shared. It seems to me that conceptually what we're trying to do is to create a new technology related to robotics and exoskeletons and applied industrially, in the household, in the community. But this discussion right now about batteries is limiting the part of our conception of this new technology on the current technology we have available related to energy. Because I think it's going to be impossible to come up with robotics or exoskeletons that don't rely on energy in some capacity to do their job. So should we be collaborating with people who are working on new energy technologies to develop robotics that will be sustainable over the next several decades, century? For example, is there new battery technology on the horizon that will allow a battery to be charged a greater capacity for a longer period of time? Are there ways to get energy from our environment that are more efficient, more sustainable than, say, a solar charge? But I don't know. I'm just asking that question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'll just bring back the mic. Wants to start? Or maybe I can try to. I have a similar question, I think, that goes into the direction which I wanted to pose at the end, and maybe we can conclude the discussion with that question. What innovations or advancements could change the approach of how we perceive robots and their structural composition? I think it goes a bit into that direction. Maybe you can elaborate on that or in a few sentences, and then we'll conclude. Thanks.
I think to answer your question first, I have no idea which technology, what kind of batteries should we do if we want to move in this direction. The only answer from my side, a very honest answer, will be let's do our own work on our own. We don't need robots, we don't need machines. Happy. To answer your question, if I understood it correct, it's more or less like the changing the constraints, the dimensional constraints, right?
Yeah, what technological innovations could maybe change the way we see, for instance, I don't know, if there was suddenly fusion energy and we have unlimited energy, would we change our perception or construction of robots?
I would just say, if any new innovation comes, just use it responsibly, because even it won't last, and then maybe not us, but in 10 decades, some people might be sitting again in modified room version of this room and thinking how to move ahead, because everything is, as Sophie also said, it's limited. Yes, humans are capable enough of finding new things, but the real question is till when. That's my conclusion.
To elaborate about the question, the new trends on batteries are mostly on self-healing batteries, batteries that are regenerating themselves during the operation to avoid this kind of degradation that they suffer. Also, we know that there are techniques based on including sensors within the batteries to know what happens, also for the thermal management, for the degradation management, and so on. And from another perspective, in that case, also we can use a stationary battery, to be as buffers in the production of hydrogen. I know some works that use wind power to store a bit within a battery, and after to generate hydrogen, and that way they can store energy in a higher capacity, I would say. So we have trends about how to improve the batteries and how to use them to generate other storage of energy. From the question again about robots, I'm not an expert on the field of robotics to elaborate on that. So I think that he delivered an amazing.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Maybe Chris with our last words.
Last words
for the forum.
The last words. Goodbye, everybody. Finally, relieved. No, I got a little. So I'm a hobby winemaker, and I'm in my second year, biodynamic and natural stuff. And I'm just new in this. Wow. I'm almost dead.
Maybe the battery is going down.
Yeah, maybe the battery is gone, so maybe I just have to speak louder. And so the crazy thing about biodynamic stuff is that the whole relationship while producing this kind of wine it can only happen on permaculture. And so I was the last 2 years, I'm so astonished by these winemakers who have trust on their plants that they will, if it's dry, so the roots have to go deeper down, and so you cannot add water, etc., etc. So the whole relationship with the planet is for them completely different, and what I want to say is that also but they're not scared of any innovation. They would love to have little robots that help them out, but in a complete different way. So the innovation is still possible, but just as a basic thinking, it's completely different.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, I think I understood as being not so techno-optimistic, but if we have new innovations, we can use them, but we shouldn't rely and say the technology of the future will save us, so we don't have to worry about it now. I guess that's what you were saying. Okay. Thanks a lot. We will conclude this discussion. Thanks again for the 3 speakers. And we'll move on to lunch, where you just had coffee. There will be now sandwiches. And also I want to point out that we have the other artist in our BrIAS fellowship has exhibited or is exhibiting a few of his foldings. And you can maybe go over and look at it during lunchtime. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the third session for today's BrIAS forum. We are going to first welcome Alex from National Laboratorium from Edinburgh. He is working on soft robotics, especially for extreme environments in their applications. So his talk is very appealing today. Grow your own robot. So the floor is yours.
Thanks. Hello. Yes, I'm Alex Partridge from National Robotorium. I like to make my talks as interactive as possible. I usually give out dog toy squeakers. So instead of raising a hand, people just squeak at me. I don't have enough for all of you, so if you want to just scream at me, heckle me in any way, shape or form, please feel free. It's after lunch, I want energy. Don't want you all falling asleep. So grow your own robot. I've been here for a few days. I haven't had enough time to grow my own robot yet, but I've got a single slide where we can talk about a bit of that. Okay, so from National Robotorium, the hell is that? It is this lovely building. It's 2 years old. This is it when it was fresh. It no longer looks like this. It's now a nice rat's nest of technology, which is as all robot labs should be. Come find us. There'll be a link at the end where you can scan a QR code and find out some of the work that we do. But essentially, we sit between academia and industry, and we kind of solve problems for industry with academic solutions. So I'm Alex. I work in soft robotics. My PhD was in reflex response robotics, where I essentially tried to take the brain and electronics out of robots, because who needs that, and give something that could instead respond to a dynamic environment. So things like a robot where you could punch it and it would grab you without a brain. Currently working on tendon-driven robots for subsea pipe inspection. I'm also responsible for a Rubik's Cube that rolls around the floor by inflating colorful tumors on its body. You're welcome. But today I'm going to talk a little bit about a recycling process that I created for silicon, which is one of the main materials that we use in soft robotics. So, as with all soft robotics talks, I'm going to start with a question and a fish. What's wrong with this fish? Hands, please. I mean, if you know the answer, shh. Okay, yeah. It's a dead fish. I can't believe you didn't see it straight away. So yeah, you've got this dead fish, and because of the body of a dead fish, it has been designed, or it's been evolved through many, many years to basically be an aerofoil, but with an elastic tail, right? Hello. So as the stream goes over it, you end up with this ability for it to then be forced up the stream. It's kicking around, so it also has this nice little swimming motion. So this dead creature has these incredible properties that are inherent to its being, which is beautiful. And that's the kind of mentality that we're trying to adopt with soft robotics. There's so much we can exploit without having to resort to powered electronics and the like. Proof that it's dead, there's a YouTube video. You can see a dead fish starting to swim. Enjoy that at your leisure. Or now, apparently. Okay. Let's switch it. Cool. So yeah, in soft robotics, we try and exploit a lot of this. So you might see us mostly in gripping technologies. So this is the Harvard Lab gripper. It's just a fancy balloon. You can see examples of it over there. I know, I wasn't going to speak until I was back. So as you inflate it, the device conforms and grips. But because of the stretchability and conformability of the material, I see you. It means that you can have lots of different objects that you can pick up with the same input. So the input is on. You inflate the gripper, it conforms to an object. It could be an egg, it could be a raspberry, it could be a dog, whatever. It's going to conform to that shape, which is beautiful. Can't take much weight, but, we can also do wonderful things like make your stuffed toys walk around. We can put out fires with plastic bags, grab subsea creatures with little cages that are pneumatically triggered, combine chemicals together to make little chemical reactions that make a robot just do that, and apparently that's useful for some reason. You find a reason. We make Belgian celebrities like healable little devices. It's essentially a fancy balloon again, but it heals itself. And we also have recently branched into taking frog spawn and turning it into a new life form, but we won't talk about that because it's terrifying. Okay. So soft robotics is growing. We are here to stay, I hope. Otherwise I'm out of a job. We're expected to reach about 5 billion by 2025, 6 billion by 2026, and then we dip to 3 billion by 2027, so I'm assuming there's some kind of scandal that means that we halve our worth, but we're still billionaires, so we're still here, it's all good. But with massive growth comes increased waste, so as we start to have these devices being developed and introduced into homes and into different parts of society, we need to start thinking right now about how we're actually going to deal with this, potentially quite hazardous thing that we're going to be creating. So global waste right now is expected to grow by 70% by 2050. In the UK alone, it's currently it's about 200 million tons, and our waste recycling is not great. We only recycle about 45% of household waste. So in 2022, RoboSoft, the biggest conference in soft robotics, proposed soft robots for the planet. And I took this on and thought about how we can actually start making changes now that will affect the future of soft robotics. So one method is to reduce the amount of material that we're using. One way to do that that's been mentioned before by Abby was that we can use simulation tools. With soft robotics, it's not so easy. The control mechanisms that we use for soft robots are pretty complicated. They don't behave as you would hope, often. Another way you can do it is by using other materials in the design process. So rather than going straight for that final material that you're going to use, you can start playing with things which are recyclable and endlessly usable, like clays or cardboard, papers. It's a really nice way to actually just figure out the shape, the form, the size of the thing before you actually go down that design route. Another thing that we can do with soft robotics, so reuse or repurpose. So as I said, a lot of the things that we do are with silicon. This is a 2-part elastomer often that you will mix together, and if you're good, you will mix exactly the right amount that you need for your robot. Most of the time you will not do this, you'll make too much. So if you have other molds lying around that will make useful products for yourself or for others, for example, little like scrunchies you can use for washing dishes, heat pads that you can use for putting pans down on, just take that, what would otherwise have been rubbish, and start to repurpose it in ways that can be used for, for others. And it's super easy, just throw some CAD designs together and get that going. Final method you can do is to recycle. This is one I chose for the paper I've submitted, and it's for essentially the granulation of silicon into tiny little particles that you then flood with pristine elastomer to make new parts that you would hope would then have pretty similar properties to the pristine elastomer. The process is super easy. I tried to make it as accessible for everyone, as cheap as possible. So I just took some scissors and a coffee grinder, and I started to cut that silicon down into small pieces that I would then throw into the coffee grinder. Initial tests weren't great. I put it into the coffee grinder, and apparently when you put two rubbery things together and you try to make them move around a lot, it generates a ton of heat. And I melted a coffee grinder, and the little blade spun off like a little angry bee and embedded itself into a wall, so don't do that. But with the powers of icing sugar, you coat all of your particles in icing sugar, you reduce that surface friction, it grinds it down, no worries. And it's water soluble as well, so you get the particle size you want, you pan for your new robot, wash off the sugar, mix it around a bit, dry it in an oven, and you've got a nice new part. And then you take that granule, you put it into a mold, you flood it with a little bit of elastomer. So this is 30% recycled, and then 70% rubber, and you blow it up. Let's see if it blows up. It just keeps going, going, going. And it's pretty good. I think it works. So we found that the max stress and strain of the material is reduced, but that's to be expected. So when you're doing this kind of recycling, you just kind of have to keep that in mind. So the more you recycle it, the more you're going to reduce that stress strain, and you just kind of plan for that in your parts. So maybe the first part you have needs to have massive expansion. Maybe the next part you do just has small expansion, but it's still usable. And even with gripping technologies, it's still absolutely functional, which is great. You can still lift those ducks. All good. It's nice that it's always ducks. There's still a duck over there that's being lifted around as well. I don't know what it is with us. I think we're just children that like playing with toys. Soft robots. Yeah, so that brings me to the fun of it. So it's been a few days. I'm here to play with mushrooms, which is great. There is a lab that is growing tons of mushrooms. There's a PhD student that went out into the woods and found a single sample, and he's now spread that into his own culture that he makes leather handbags out of, which is super cool. And I'm here to try and play and see if we can make robots out of it as well. So it's called Mycelium SV1, after Simon, the creator. It looks like a tortilla, or it can look like a piece of artwork. I genuinely think it's gorgeous. I love the patterns you can get on the material. So some ideas that I'm trying to play with at the moment are cable actuated systems. So it's actually got quite nice elastomeric properties in the material. So it's currently grown in a bath of nutrients, and you have like a layer that's formed on top about 1 to 2 millimeters thick. You then put that into a fabric backing, and so depending on the fabric backing that you use, you can then generate different properties within the material, which is really cool. Do you want to go again? Yeah, so everything is sustainable. The adhesives that they use are sustainable and biodegradable. The fabric they use are linens and hemps, so everything can break down after use. So we're kind of aiming for like short-term robotic solutions. So maybe you go into a wilderness setting, you're gripping things and moving things around, but then you want it to kind of like biodegrade into the soil afterwards. So we have these wonderful materials. I wanted to see if we could make it like airtight as well. So I put some silicon onto it to see if it come off, and unfortunately it did, which is a shame. But actually, I did a test earlier this week where I just kind of folded it together, sealed the edge, and it was actually able to hold a pneumatic pressure as well. So there's actually a possibility of making fancy balloons with mushrooms as well. So we'll see what happens over the next 3 weeks. One thing that I'm really pursuing is use of kirigami techniques and folding to try and create gripping systems. So this is a really simple design, but by pinching it in a certain way, you actually create a gripper just from making a few cuts in some material. Doesn't get it the first time, doesn't get it the second time. Nice, well done, Alex. But unfortunately, the stress of the material, like this particular sample was very old, it was basically taken out of their rubbish bin, and it cracked a lot, but I've been assured by Simon that we can make materials that will actually be able to withstand this kind of compression, so we'll be able to make little gripping systems. So I'm currently just sitting in an office cutting paper and mushrooms until I can find something that works just right. My Goldilocks mushroom. But yeah, there's lots of possibilities, I think. And if you have any suggestions, please throw them at me. But that is me. So thank you very much. If you want to look at the recycling process, it's this one. If you want to look at my lab, it's this one. But yeah, cheers.
Thank you very much. It was indeed interesting and appealing. Any questions for him? Sorry.
As you like.
Thank you for your beautiful talk. The thing is that there are some challenges in the soft robotics. Is number one is the locomotion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do you think that your mushrooms-inspired soft robotics will come up to that, at least some of the limits of the locomotion? Still, yeah, because in the soft robotics, the prime challenge is the locomotion, how you are going to move the robots. If generally people use it for different techniques and different obstructions. So how do you think that your mushroom-inspired soft robotics is going to meet those kind of challenges?
So with soft robotics, I feel like we should be moving in a direction where we're starting to actually mix around with hard robots as well. Like I'd like to see it used a lot more as like a skin or as like a end effector for hard robots. Obviously, there's the issue then of the soft to hard interface, and that's kind of where we should be focusing our attention, I think, so that we can actually start moving in that direction. Yeah, I wouldn't maybe see this being like a full mushroom-based system. I think it would just be a part of a larger thing. But there's other materials that you could use as well. So like kombucha bots have been shown during pandemic when scientists had very little to do but lots of time on their hands. MIT professionals created little kombucha bots which were essentially sealed, but they had the ability to self-inflate through respiration. So you can make some robots that are able to do quite big actuation, and they're all biological. So I think with that you would be able to use like bias friction or something to create something that was actually able to move around as well. Although the environment it would move in would have to be very, flat probably, or maybe even on a slight incline so it can go down a hill. Great. But yeah, there's possibilities, but I really think the integration into bigger, harder systems is probably the way forwards. Any more?
Any other questions over teams? I don't think so. Yes? No?
Yeah, so I don't know a lot about your field, and we talked earlier, I think yesterday or... Oh. Hello? Like this, okay. We talked, I think, also on Thursday. You said that they were already growing mushrooms for you, and I was wondering, now you're going to stay here for the next 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
How far? I know it's a lot of experimenting, but like, how far can you get in those 3 weeks with regard to like designing and making iteration, etc.? Like how?
Yeah. So as with my what did I say? Yeah, I'm essentially at the moment playing with materials that aren't the mushroom, so that I can use as little mushroom as possible. So I'm cutting a lot of paper to try and get those kirigami grippers working. I think viably by the end of my stay here, I could have a functional gripping system that we could actually implement and have, useful for the world. I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm here for a collaboration that's going to last beyond the month as well. So I'm not too worried about what's actually achieved in my time here. It's more about setting things up so we can move forwards together.
Okay, so you will continue with this?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's way too much fun not to, right?
Thank you.
That's all right.
Thanks a lot for a nice presentation. I was wondering, so the actuation is usually external. So in your case, I think it's tendon driven, or you can have a pneumatic system. Are there people researching on making those external actuation units also, let's say, biodegradable or sustainable or so on? Because if you want to bring something in the environment that then biodegrades, I think those parts need to be removed or need to also be biodegradable.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, my PhD was done in Bristol, where they have the RoboFoods project, and there's a lot of movement there for creating different things. There's so many chemical reactions that we can create. Like you think about the Coca-Cola Mentos kind of experiment where it just explodes. That's a lot of actuation that you can achieve, and pneumatic pressure you can generate. So there's definitely ways to do it.
Things or
Combustion is a way forward as well. You can use platinum, and you can use electrolysis of water to then create hydrogen, which you can then spark, and that can then create an explosion. So you've got a little bit of platinum, but otherwise not really too much there that's actually going to do harm to the environment. So yeah, I think there's lots of ways that you can do it that haven't really been explored.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No worries. Happy?
Okay, thank you very much for the nice talk again. We can now, I can introduce my dear colleagues while...
Thank you.
Thanks. While Michel is setting up the presentation, I will introduce my dear colleagues from the VUB here, Seppe Terrein and Joost Branckaert, my dear colleagues here from the VUB. They both are actually the Belgian celebrities that Alex has mentioned. Our self-healing soft robotic field actually emerged from their PhD thesis, soft robotics and sustainable materials. So these two guys have joined their powers to make this a nice research field for so many researchers in our research group now. We are collaborating a lot of projects together, and they are already part-time professors here in the VUB. So Seppe is going to talk about sustainable robots part of it, but first I think Joost is going to introduce the sustainable self-healable materials at first. Thank you. So I need to adjust your microphone.
Maybe just
yeah.
I will also go there, otherwise I feel too small.
Yeah. So.
If you just
All right, so thank you very much for the warm introduction and also for the invitation to speak here today, especially together with Seppe. We've been a tandem already for a very long time, actually, collaborating very intensely between material science and robotics engineering. And so indeed, we'll talk about sustainable material technologies for soft robotics. And we had a fantastic introduction already on soft robotics by Alex. And what I want to focus on is the life cycle, which has also already been introduced earlier this morning, and different steps in the life cycle where we can make improvements towards a more sustainable soft robotics technology. And so the first was definitely mentioned a few times already. Of course, you need to extract materials, and that's where you'll generate actually quite a large part of your impact. Negative impacts on the environment. So I'll definitely be looking at a lot of the extraction, or at least the materials that you can use for soft robotic applications. Then, of course, there is the conversion of whatever you've extracted into really useful materials. Then these materials need to be processed, manufactured into the products that you want to use. In this case, soft robotics or robotics in general. Then, ideally, there is a long use phase of these materials, as long as possible. But eventually, as already been mentioned a few times today also, very often they still become waste, especially in soft robotics, as was mentioned. Silicone rubbers are one of the most common materials, the most easy to use materials for soft robotic applications. They're essentially almost non-recyclable. We've seen just an example of how at least we could reach 30%, and then probably that was still quite humble. Probably 40–50% was also possible, I don't know. So you can recycle a certain amount, definitely, but what we like to look at is the different ways how we can further improve the life cycle of these materials, from something that looks somewhat linear with a curve here to fit on the slide, into something that is much more circular. And first, to increase the lifetime of materials, of course, you can do maintenance and repairs. That's very obvious. It's very standard. But what we are focusing on here at the University in Brussels is to make materials that are self-healable, materials that are able, and systems, robotics, that are able to recover their functional properties, their functional performance after they get damaged and after a healing action. And as was said, Seppe will go a bit more into how self-healing is used inside soft robotics. I'll talk more about the materials themselves. Once they become kind of obsolete, they can still be ideally recycled, either thermomechanically, like typical thermoplastics, like the plastic bags and so on that we often use, using a thermal method, or using a chemical method if it's not easy enough, or if the materials cannot be thermally recycled. We can go to more chemical recycling. And eventually, of course, we want to completely avoid waste disposal, but if it cannot be avoided that there is somehow loss to the environment or in some way waste generated, we would also like for these materials to be biodegradable, so that if there is accidental loss, I don't know any numbers, but every one of us has plastics inside their body. I don't want to be very apocalyptic here, but it's a very important, even if it's not the whole intention to make a material that would be single use and would be degradable at the end, still for our own health and the health of our environment, it's actually very important that we also consider how these materials in the end will degrade. So I want to look at a lot of different types of materials today, so I won't be able to go into too much details, but I'm already giving quite a bit of an overview here. So there's different types of materials that we can get immediately from nature. That's what people have been doing for a long time. Then we eventually evolved to synthetic materials because they became available, they were cheap and so on. But actually there's a good reason to continue to look at biological materials such as polysaccharides, acids and so on, fatty acids, proteins, for example, other types of biomass that is actually generated, that is renewable through nature. And I'll dig into some of the examples. One of our PhD researchers, he used different types of biological biomass and converted this into functional materials. So he started with materials derived from carbohydrates. I'm showing here the example of corn, but you can, from many waste materials from food and feed industry, you can derive actually very useful products that can be eventually turned into materials that some of you that are present here today may have also seen here in the lab tour, into materials that can be used for grippers. We can make them into elastomeric materials that have this recyclability that I mentioned before, the self-healing properties that Seppe will discuss a bit in more detail. So we can really make bio-based materials, either completely bio-based or at least to a very large extent bio-based materials, and ideally also biodegradable. Another very cool example is the use of wax. Wax is actually a natural thermoplastic material that can be shaped in different structures and so on. In this case, on the slides, I give the example of the combination of simply the wax together with actually the black threads, which are a conductive composite made out of the wax using conductive fillers. And then you can actually make things like electronic circuits and so on using a fully natural material that eventually after use would also be able to be recycled. Wax is also biodegradable. So that's actually a very cool example here. The disadvantage, definitely if you look at lifetime of materials, many of these natural materials, they don't have a very long lifetime. So you need to choose your materials very well, depending on the application, the performance that you expect from your materials. Then, so the mycelium materials, the mushrooms, have already been mentioned in the previous talk. So these are very interesting materials because they are grown by bacteria. So from typical nutrients like sugars, water, air, and so on, you can actually grow materials into large pieces of indeed something that's leather-like that can be used. They've used this for making shoes, for making handbags. Now we're glad to have Alex here, who's going to try to make robotic systems out of these. He already showed one of the gripper concepts. And what is very cool about these materials, they are kind of living materials. The materials that Alex has been using are dead in a sense. They're killed, so to speak, to avoid that they grow any further. But actually, they can keep some kind of viability, which can be reactivated. And what is shown here on the slide is that if you cut actually a large piece out of these materials, and if you give these materials nutrients again, they can actually grow new material to seal, in this case, the hole that was made in this material. This is very, very new research, very fundamental, but that's something that here at the university we're also trying to exploit. And if we can make that into robots that can heal large damage, that would be very cool. There are other biological materials that can be used. Bacteria, they generally consist of a large portion of proteins, up to 60–70%. They're made out of proteins. Proteins are polymers. For synthetic purposes, not usually the best properties, but they can be combined with other materials to make elastomers, make other types of materials that can be useful for these kind of applications. If we get stressed, sometimes we start eating a lot, we start accumulating a lot of fat in our body and so on. Bacteria do something similar. When they get stressed, some of these bacteria, they make polymers. They make polymers to store them as an energy source. Then in a later stage, they can use these polymers for to convert them back into energy. So actually, they can be used as very small microscopic factories to make polymeric materials. And these polymers can then be used to replace petroleum-based polymers. I said they can convert them back into energy. So that also means that these materials can quite easily be degraded eventually at the end of their lifetime. So these polymers, they are generally also biodegradable. People have also been using really living materials for what they call, under general terms, robots. So what people have done, for example, is to use real live bacteria, load them with whatever, something that they might want to use to transport, maybe a drug or something as drug carriers, maybe some kind of sensor, maybe something else that they want to actuate. And they use actually the bacteria themselves to move around certain objects, certain functions. Also, some researchers have used the muscles of worms to either use them as elastomers for actuation, let's say, or since these are muscles are electroactive materials, they actually even stimulate these muscles to create a actuation motion. So that's of course also maybe slightly scary option out there. Then there are other materials that we're much more familiar with, like paper, for example. Paper can be used for paper robotics. Alex also shows some examples. If you have origami, kirigami, all these kind of things, you can make actually very cool deformations, motions, and so on, using let's say a smart, intelligent way of folding and cutting paper into different kinds of shapes. From the paper and pulp industry, there's also a lot of waste. Some waste streams can also be valorized to make materials. So one of our colleagues, Marlies Stas from Vito, she used lignin, which is a very common waste stream from paper and pulp industry, to make self-healing or recyclable thermosets out of these materials. In Ghent University, they fractionate this lignin into smaller molecules, which can then be used to replace other petroleum-based aromatics. So there's a lot of opportunities there. From another waste source, humans are a side stream of the production of polyether furanoate, PEF, which is a biological replacement or bio-based replacement for PET, PET, which we all know from PET bottles for soda and so on. From that waste stream, also a colleague of ours in Leuven made these kind of finger grippers that are, in this case, it's a tendon-driven system. So many of these waste streams can still be valorized, and you might even have kind of a negative, well, a positive impact or a lower negative impact on the environment by actually doing something with these waste streams, especially replacing other sources, the need to extract from other sources. Then I want to dig a little bit into the work that we are definitely doing here at the university, which is on reversible polymer networks. I don't want to go into all the chemical details. I just want to say that what we're trying to do is we try to make a class of material that is generally not recyclable to make it into something that is recyclable. And along the way, we're actually also, in many cases, giving these materials the property to heal themselves. And the way we do this is by incorporating different types of reversible chemical bonds. If anyone's familiar with chemistry, these are physical-chemical interactions, bonds that are formed very easily, but also broken very easily, and that can reform very fast. And that's what we want for self-healing. We want our material to break and be able to recover its structure, its chemical structure, and therefore also its properties as fast and as easily as possible. And you can use physical-chemical interactions, you can use reversible covalent bonds. Again, not going into the details here. The difference is that one is much stronger, but generally requires more heat for reprocessing, or requires more time or even heating or some other kind of stimulus to activate the healing function. For the sake of completeness, I also want to say a few things about processing. I don't have the time to really go into the details there, but what is definitely obvious for processing is that depending on the type of process you choose, you may have a certain amount of waste that you're generating. There, of course, if you choose a material that is recyclable, you may be able to reuse some of that waste. But you can also choose, within certain design constraints, a process that prevents waste as much as possible. And you can use different kinds of formative methods where you use molding in some way or another to create shapes. You can use additive manufacturing techniques. In general, and in additive manufacturing, you produce much less waste, but you have larger lead times, you have smaller volumes that you can create. So there's always a balance that you need to strike between the processes that you choose there, or the requirements that you have from your process. And we also reviewed that actually these self-healing materials, these reversible bonds that you create in these materials, can also provide new opportunities in terms of manufacturing of structures. So things that were previously not possible, like welding of thermostats, welding of elastomers, some kind of joining techniques, have now become available. Ellen, who's by the way also with us here, she did the most part of this this review. She looked at a lot of different requirements, but I want to stress here especially, it was also stressed in this morning's presentation, that from a very early point we need to look at sustainability before it becomes too difficult to make a change, or before the technology becomes too mature and there's a lot of resistance against moving to more sustainable options. And especially from a manufacturing point of view, of course, waste reduction is very important. Energy consumption is definitely very important. Together with all the other requirements, of course, that you may have to create your products. And with this, I want to hand to my colleague Seppe, who will talk more about the application itself.
Maybe I need to adjust. Yeah, cool. I think that's good. Yes, all right. Cool, thanks Joost for giving the first part of our talk, and also thank you Alex for giving an introduction into soft robotics. It makes my life a bit more easy. So soft robots, they're, like Alex says, it's a new field inside of robotics, and they bring a lot of new opportunities. They're basically robots in which you make large parts or the entire robotic system out of flexible materials. And that's interesting because you can give them intrinsic flexibility, which is nice for safe human-robot interactions, for example, in a wide variety of applications, but also to generate grippers like the one we see there and also on the screen to handle very delicate objects like, for example, fruits and vegetables in agri-food. But there is more. I think because you use flexible materials, polymeric materials, you also get opportunities in new manufacturing techniques that can be used to make these robots. For example, a lot of parts of the robots, or not the entire robot, can be made out of additive manufacturing techniques, which can be in many cases also a sustainable solution because not a lot of different steps are required, and also there's not a lot of waste of material. Then because you create robots which are actuated by also these soft actuators, you can also downscale them. So this means that the soft robotics field is also opening a lot of possibilities into new robots which are miniaturized and can, for example, work inside of the body or in other very small applications. So there's a lot going on and a lot of new applications which are not replacing the traditional robotics applications, but are just getting our robots into other fields in which they can assist us. But there is a big problem. Oh, this doesn't work. There's a big problem, that is that these soft materials, they are safe, but they are quite vulnerable, so they get damaged all the time, and it's a bit like us. Whenever they encounter a sharp object, they're easily cut. Also, soft robots, they consist out of a lot of moving parts, so that means that throughout the body, the materials is stressed a lot, and with cyclic loading, you'll get fatigue, which are tiny micro cracks, which eventually also propagate into larger cracks, and the system fails. Also, a lot of these systems are consisting out of multiple materials because you want to increase performance or you want to integrate sensors inside. And if you have multiple materials in which the mechanical properties are different, at the interface you have a lot of problems with delamination. So over time, these weak interfaces, they tend to break and delaminate. So this means that these robotic systems, they're safe, they're adaptable and so on, but they have really a short lifetime. and for example, this type of soft gripper, which is a granular jamming soft gripper, there was a company that was trying to commercialize this type of robotic end vector, and they had troubles because the amount of grips they could achieve was only 50,000 grips before it failed, and if there were sharp objects inside of this application field, then it was reduced to even 5,000 grips. So that's really not a lot if you go to an industrial application, and this is really showing that the limited lifetime is actually making these soft robotic systems in many cases not economically competitive with other solutions, which is of course a problem if you want to introduce them. And then of course there's the ecological aspect. If we are developing a lot of polymeric materials, which are in most cases, like Joost mentioned, not recyclable or recyclable to a limited extent, then this also will generate an ecological impact. And there is a lot of legislation going on that is also transforming these ecological values into economical values, which means that this competitive value will decrease even more. So that's a problem that we wanted to tackle, and together with Joost and Bram and Guy here at the university, we found a solution by making them out of self-healing materials. So the yellow materials that you can see on the slide, they're all made out of these self-healing materials, and as you can see, we can damage them quite severely. So it's really a big knife that we put inside of the robot, so we make a macroscopic damage, we call. And these grippers, we could heal them entirely by putting them at for 40 minutes at 80 degrees, and afterwards these damages were completely sealed, and the system was actually as good as new. So it was almost magic, or I thought at the beginning of my PhD, but then we started looking in depth, and so this is the materials. They're like an elastomeric or thermoset materials. So that means that they have like a network structure, so everything is connected. And the special thing is that these connection points, which we call crosslinks, they are reversible. In our case, it's a Diels-Alder reaction, but like Joost said, there are many other reversible reactions. And because it's reversible, we can heal and we can also reprocess it. So because what happens if we damage a material? This is a video, so I hope, yes. So when we damage, then locally, we will actually break these reversible bonds. So these bonds are then locally broken, and they are reactive, so they want to react back together. However, there's like a gap. So then we increase the temperature. When we increase the temperature throughout the network, we will break these reversible bonds. We don't break all of them. We keep a few inside of the network such that we stay in a solid state. So during the healing, the material is really solid and not liquid. But there is more mobility, and because there is more mobility, slowly we can start to close these gaps. Now, whenever these gaps are closed, we can actually reduce the temperature, so we cool down to room temperature, and then these reversible bonds, they tend to react back together throughout the network, but also across this fracture surface. And as such, we can recover the entire material, and if there are no misalignments on like a geometrical or macroscopic structure, this healing can be performed multiple times. So in fact, in theory, infinite. So that's the healing ability. But if you increase the temperature of our materials even more, then eventually you break the entire network structure and you will flow. So that's something that we don't have with traditional network polymers, like for example the rubbers, which we all know for tires, and sadly we cannot recycle these tires because they are irreversibly cross-linked or vulcanized, and as such they end up a lot in landfill, or they're like burned and so on, and it's a real problem for which also reversible polymers can offer a solution. So the materials that we make our robots of, they can be formed in pellets, then we can put them inside of a mold. We heat not too much temperature, actually, 130, 150, and then we can mold them inside of these grippers. We can chop them back up, and we can do it again for multiple times. And the deterioration of the properties is actually quite limited. I think there's like a recovery of 95% or so of the mechanical properties, which is quite good to when you recycle an entire material. Now, because we can reprocess them, we can also use them in new manufacturing techniques like the additive manufacturing technique, the fused filament fabrication. So it's an extrusion-based printing technique. So again, we start with pellets or powders. We extrude them in an extruder to make filament, and this we feed in the printer, and then we can make this self-healing, or Ellen, who is also present, can make this nice robotic structure. And what is an extra feature of our materials is that during printing, the layers, they actually heal or bind also together. So this leads to isotropic mechanical properties inside of a print. And this is actually a problem the 3D printing industry is facing a lot. Is like, how can we get isotropic mechanical properties throughout our print? Because usually the prints, they fail if you load them perpendicular to the printing direction, because there the layers are not very well connected. There's only limited interaction, usually during physical interactions. In our case, we print, and the Diels-Alder bonds, or the reversible bonds, they also covalently bind these layers, and as such we can get very good properties, which eventually also leads to more robust components, which with isotropic properties beyond prototyping. Now, we can also chemically recycle our materials, because if you put them in an appropriate solvent, they start to swell. Now, normal network structures, they just swell, and then they don't dissolve because they're irreversibly cross-linked. In our case, if they swell, you decrease the concentration of these cross-links, and then they also tend to break down and eventually dissolve completely, after which we can cast them and generate again new materials that we can reuse. So we have two types of recycling: mechanical recycling or thermomechanical recycling, which we do extrusion, for example, and then also the chemical recycling. Now, in our polymer group, together with Joost and the other researchers, we can also tune these mechanical properties of these materials. So we can adapt the network structure. We can take longer polymer chains as monomers or shorter, and as such we play with the cross-link density, and we can make materials which are very stiff, and also materials that are very, very flexible, and everything that is in between. So as such we get a lot of design freedom to develop soft robots, which is very nice for me, but also these two materials, a stiff one and a more flexible one, they all have the same cross-links inside of the network. So that means if you put them together, you do a heat-cool cycle, then they will also bind together. And as such, we get very high-strength interfaces between materials with completely different stiffnesses. And for example, we have a very stiff one and a very flexible one, and if you put them together, then they don't break at the interface. And this is important because I already mentioned that it's really a problem in soft robotics, but also in many products in general, that the connection between a hard plastic and a soft plastic is always something that eventually breaks. Think about your, I don't know, swimming goggles. There's always a hole there where the rubber is actually connected to the plastic glass of your goggles. And this is not the case with our materials because they are chemically binded together without using any glue. Of course, all the materials are still self-healing, so here we went a bit more radical. We chopped it in half, we put it back together, and it also healed, so that was quite nice. But we can take it even one step further. We can make also sort of modular soft robots and take the modularity to the extreme, where we create voxel-based robots. And voxel-based robots, they consist out of little building blocks, voxels, which are 3D pixels, let's say, cubic parts. And we make them out of different materials, all self-healing materials. And some we make active and some we make passive. Active, they can be inflated, so they're pneumatic. And passive, they also, they're just solid blocks, but they have different mechanical properties. And what we can do is we can stack them together, and then we can again perform a heat-cool cycle, and then everything is binded together. And as such, you can make simple robots like a gripping robot. But the nice thing is that because of the self-healing ability, we can also chop it back up, so we can mechanically break the interfaces, get again these voxels, and reconfigure them in another robot, a small walking robot. And as such, you can create modular systems in which you do not recycle the materials, but you actually start recycling the modules. So you can create reconfigurable robots, and if we go towards a bit more complex structures, having more voxels, we eventually can make bigger systems with a lot of different functionalities, which can evolve maybe inside during the use of this robotic system. And as such, you can generate, let's say, robots that adapt for a functionality rather that they are just designed for a single functionality. Now, I said that we needed to use heat to heal these soft robots. Of course, it's not very energy efficient to always take an entire robot and put it in a furnace or an oven. So that's why we looked at, can we also integrate the heating inside of these robotic fingers? So we made self-healing conductive materials, which are our materials, but just with carbon black fillers and others. And we have a heater that we put at the bottom of this finger. And whenever you cut the entire finger as well as the heater, you can put it back together. And then if there is a current path, you can increase the temperature because of Joule heating. And then you will have an internal heating system that heals the finger, but also the heater that is inside. And what is also nice is that if you cut and put back a conductive part, locally you increase the resistance. And that means that if we then apply a current, locally also the heating will be much larger. So we can see that purely passively, so we don't use any control, that the heat is concentrated there where we want it to be, because it's at the zone where it's damaged, and that it can then completely heal. But we try to find a solution also for this problem on the material level. So we're continuously trying to improve our materials, and that's where we found a material that can also heal at room temperature. So we changed the composition of these materials. We also patented it. And then we found a material where we don't need to use any heat, and we can just heal it at room temperature. Which, of course, is interesting, because then we don't need to have an additional integrated system that provides heating and so on. And yeah, we also use it to make soft robotic fingers like this. Don't know if the videos always start. And what is also interesting is that we always look at healing from a material point of view and a system point of view. And from a material point of view, we reach, in this slide, it's 24 hours and then it's completely healed. We have already materials that heal at 5 hours. But that doesn't mean that the system cannot restart much sooner, because healing on a system level requires sometimes not the full recovery on the material level. That's what the video is showing here. So we have a damage, and only after a few seconds it's already healed. It's not completely as it was before, but it can already be activated. And then after some time during the operation of a robot, this can be healed further on the material level. Nevertheless, for many damages, you do need to wait. So the system itself has to go into a sort of offline healed state. And therefore, it's very important that the system knows itself when it's damaged, because then it can take the appropriate action to rest a bit, even if it's for a few minutes. So that's why it's very important for us that the system knows if it's damaged. And as such, we investigated, can we make sensors such that we can measure if there is a damage, and preferably also where it's damaged. So also the self-healing material was used for this. And by adding conductive particles, we could make piezo-resistive materials. So that means that if you strain them or deform them, then you see it in the resistive signal. So that's why you can use it for deformation or touch or force tracking. But when you cut it, you also disrupt the conductive path. And as such, you can also see this as a damage detection sensor, because you see it here. You see a steep peak whenever something is damaged, and then when it when it's reattached, sorry, and there is back contact, then you will also see it because there is a current path which is again generated. So as such, we play with damage location or multifunctional sensors that measure touch as well as deformation and damage. And of course, you can go towards damage localization if you start to embed multiple of these sensors in different patterns inside of a soft robotic skin. So we envision a soft robotic skin which can be placed on a soft robot, maybe even on a hard robot, that eventually can also measure where it's damaged, the location, the severity, and then can also completely recover from it. It's also, when you start to combine a lot of sensors like this, it starts to become quite difficult. So that's why we use machine learning to transform these multiple inputs into an damage tracking map. And we get help from the AI Experience Center, because there are a lot of people knowing a lot about AI here. And what is also interesting is to start looking at how can hardware self-healing be actually connected to software adaptation. So sometimes the healing can, for example, not be completed, but on a software level, you can actually start to adapt your behavior such that you can overcome a damage as well. It's a bit similar to how we behave. So whenever I have a torn muscle, I can still walk a bit, but I just adapt my behavior as such. And this can be temporarily, or if it's a severe damage, it can be permanent. So we try to bring that idea also into soft robots. So this is a bit the overview that Joost made, and I added a lot of stuff. So yeah, I hope we could convince you that we're trying to look at really different approaches to bring new reuse and recirculation approaches into soft robots by looking at the system level, reconfiguration and so on, which is of course achieved by new materials, but also on the material level we see a lot of opportunities. And then I also want to, I think it's important to see that soft robots, or robots in general, they're like a platform which can actually be used to bring these type of technologies, materials, but also different approaches into other applications. So far beyond soft robots, into just typical products that we use daily. So with this, I want to thank you all. And of course, if there are some questions, then Joost and I can address them. Yeah.
Thank you very much for covering both aspects, from the material science and robotics. There are questions. I will start with the in-person questions.
Hey, thanks for the talk. You're actually one of the first images I used in my PhD, so it's nice to meet you guys in person.
Good.
This is all really cool. So you're currently making systems that are completely made of this material. Is there scope for you to embed this kind of like as a network within other materials, so you can then have self-healing properties embedded into, say, elastomers or maybe other bio-derived materials?
I think that's a question.
So the chemistry itself, you can introduce these. Yeah. Let's maybe do that. So the chemistry itself, in principle, you can introduce it in any kind of elastomeric material. However, it's not something you can easily mix in. You have to do chemical modification to achieve it. But for example, we can introduce. We're actually doing this, introducing these bonds in, for example, silicone rubbers. We're introducing them into. In this case, it's more. Polypropylene oxide-based systems. We can do this in many different types of materials. So in principle, you have a whole register of possible polymeric backbones and possible properties available. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the nice presentation. So you were showing us materials built from living organisms for creating grippers or something like this. So I was wondering, so living organism would actually change properties all the time. I mean, I realized that for soft robotics you need totally different control strategies, but can this be a little bit annoying if you can't be sure, if the control method that worked yesterday still works the next day because the organism a little bit changed?
I think, yeah, it's definitely a valid point, which is something we should address. But in our research, we actually took we turned it around. So we saw that it's not for the living tissue, but more for our materials. The reversible polymers, they also behave quite different based on temperature, for example, and other temperature, time, and so on. And this, in many applications, it's a problem. But I think in robotics, the advantage is that you do have sensors. Even in soft robotics, they are integrating more and more sensors, and also a control unit, such that you can start to compensate for these changes. So I guess I'm not an expert in living tissue. It might be more complex to make a sort of estimation on how the material will behave. But with our materials, we can, based on the temperature and so on, we can estimate how the material can behave, and then the robotics control can then compensate for it. So maybe like this, it can be that you have materials, living tissue, that is deteriorating little by little, but that the system itself can account for it.
And if I could complement, so in engineered living materials, typically people use living materials because they are adaptable, and then they often engineer them to have a certain adaptability and change their function as a function of time. Of course, it's a bit similar to our body. Actually, we're constantly calibrating based on movements that we're making and so on. So I think what's also very important is a time aspect. How fast do these properties change? And do you have some kind of a feedback loop to help your control? For instance, if you go running, first you feel your muscles are kind of stiff and you're adapting while your body is changing physiologically. So definitely control strategies will need to become more powerful.
Yeah, thanks for the interesting talk. I was wondering, first question is for the grippers, those ones, what kind of actuators are you using to make them bend? Is there like a compound or another sort of material in it?
Yeah. Maybe I relied a bit too much on Alex's introduction. No, they're pneumatically driven. So we use different types of actuating. So you have like I call it externally actuated principles, like tendon-driven and pneumatic systems. They're the ones that are there are also pneumatically driven. And for me, we select those because you can generate high forces and high speeds with them. Compared to other soft robotics actuation, and also because in these pneumatic systems they're widely used in soft robots. But whenever there's a little hole, it's of course has a big influence on the behavior. So that's why we targeted those first to make them self-healing. But there are a lot of different actuation principles. Shape memory polymers are for example another one in which the material itself creates the behavior.
Okay. As I expected, a compound, but I saw you have compounds as well. My follow-up question would be for the recycling. You said it's quite easy with the material because you can just melt it down and form it back. If you have a compound or two different materials, say the capacity thing you had in there for heating, does it pose a problem for the recycling, or is it very easily separated?
Yeah, so it's a challenge, as in many multi-material components. The challenge that we're still facing is that now we focused on, let's say, binding the materials very well together, such that they're, because if you bind them together, these sensors and the matrix or the soft robot in which you put them, they become more robust. It's also better for sensor properties that they follow the material in which they are embedded. However, it becomes more challenging to separate them. Of course, you can just recycle the entire part, and you will have a little bit of filler which is inside of a material. But then it's difficult to estimate how your final material will look like or which properties it will have. So I think there's still challenges on how to separate the material. So it's always, it's difficult to bring both very strong interfaces while having reversibility also on the but there's a lot of work on the more on the material level that is done on that part. I think maybe reversible adhesives. Maybe you know also some more works on. So it's a big part.
Okay, there are some questions from Slido. One of them is to Joost, a bit broad, but it's asking if, with the topic it's infancy, could you give your opinion on what obstacles you see in a scale-up, which would be necessary for meaningful impacts?
Yeah, so it depends there a bit how we define the topic. The question was raised, I think, just after my talk, so it's mainly on the material side. It depends on the type of materials. Protein-based plastics have been made since the early 50s or so. So this is scaled, this is used already for packaging applications and so on. So many of these materials are quite mature and they are ready to be used in soft robotics, for example. Other technologies, they are very novel, like the chemistry that Sepp was talking about. Many of the other examples that I gave have only been tested in the lab. So definitely there are a lot of issues with scaling, with maturity and so on. These materials need to be tested. It's a bit the same with soft robotics. It's also to a great extent still in the lab that these materials are being used and these systems are being used. So I wouldn't call it per se an obstacle. I would call it an opportunity to learn how these systems, how these materials behave when they're actually used in real life environments, in field tests and so on, when they're exposed to the environmental and other conditions in which they should be used, and then to learn how to adapt these materials to improve them. For instance, for the materials that we are working with, we have now a project granted to see whether this chemistry is scalable, because there are limitations in terms of the temperature into which they can be used, whether in practice the healing can be achieved multiple times. We know in the lab, for example, we've been able to repeatedly heal the same area about 50 times or more, which is close to, let's say, theoretical infinite if you look at a user point of view. But this might be entirely different once they're exposed to their use environment. If you think about horticulture, for example, and you start to pick, I don't know, whatever foodstuffs in a vertical farm, for example, then you're exposed to a lot of soil, a lot of other contaminants and so on. So I think it's really the scalability and the maturity, raising the maturity.
Okay, another question maybe for Seppe. This material seems to be the optimal solution and solves so many issues. What is the downside in applications?
Plenty.
I think, Joost, you already mentioned quite some. No, I think there are still some questions to be answered depending on the application that we envision. For example, we are going to also start up to look at biocompatibility and the safety of our materials. We have a good estimation that it will be okay, but yeah, these are questions that we are still need to answer, and the upscaling is something else. And of course, if you bring these types of materials into an actual application, cost becomes also very, very important. And it's not our materials, they are not super expensive, but if you're like comparing them to very cheap plastics which are used today, thermoplastics and so on, then in many cases we cannot reach these very, very low costs. And sadly, that's also still the reason why we have this consumption society, which brings another challenge. Is like, how can we actually develop new business models that allows us to introduce components inside our society that last much, much longer, because now there's a lot of parts and products replaced not because they fail, but because they're outdated or they're not so interesting anymore. And I think that's also another difficulty that we face is how we cannot just introduce or go to companies at the moment and say now create these materials or products that last much longer, because it goes a bit, sadly, against the business models of today.
Okay, you partially answered the question, but I will still ask if you would like to add a few more things if needed. The question is, if the polymer becomes injured or cut multiple times, is it fully healing, or does it previously cut area become more or prone to injuries or cuts in the future?
Yeah, there is just one big limit, or two big limitations. So one limitation is whenever there's no contact between the material, then it doesn't heal. So that means that if the gap or the wound is open, yeah, we don't grow. Although you showed something very interesting, and I have still some questions. We need to talk more, but where it grew. But for the other materials, it doesn't grow. And that means that if there's a little dirt part or something greasy, then there's also no contact at that area, and then it doesn't heal as well. And then we see also in actual applications that you also get misalignment. So with these elastomeric materials, if you damage them, they tend to snap back into their initial position, making good contact. But whenever there's a misalignment, even on a microscopic level, you induce a little stress concentration, and your material is at that location not as strong as before. So that's the limitation. It's not on the material level, but it's more on the microscopic level, how you put it back together.
Another question for Joost. The question is, when the material is used to replace the tires, I'm wondering if it becomes a problem that the material is self-healing at 80 degrees, for example. Can the temperature limit be increased?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So that brings me back a little bit to what Seppe said in terms of requirements. It's important that the material stays solid at the use temperature, and the use temperature can be very wide, can be very broad. So if your tire is expected to be heated up until 80 degrees or more, we would then need to design the material such that it remains solid until that temperature. And actually, as also mentioned to some extent by Seppe, is that if the material heats up naturally, this actually speeds up the healing event also. So the material can be designed in such a way, at least to some extent, many properties can be designed quite individually, quite independently. So the temperature at which the material becomes liquid can be changed, while keeping, for example, the mechanical properties the same. So there are quite a lot of design parameters that we can use for these kind of applications. And it also brings me back actually to the question earlier by Michel, is that we can actually also design, for instance, two materials to actually become liquid at different temperatures, and then you would, for example, be able to remove one of the two materials at a lower temperature, and then reprocess the second material, for example, at a higher temperature. So there are some possibilities there, some flexibility. But these design parameters of the materials, they're also not completely independent. But there's a good playing ground there.
Yeah, good point. One more question, but it emerged before you completed your presentation, Seppe, so you partially answered. Can you build a complete robot out of this material instead of just the fingers?
Yes. Yeah, that's our dream, eh? But yeah, in the beginning of, or even at the middle of my PhD, I was working with Joost, who was supervising me, and I said, okay, let's make soft robots. We have a nice material. And I said to him, okay, I need 50 grams. And you were like, that's crazy. Because I think that we were working with grams at that point. But now we did the upscaling, so we put a lot of effort in this, and now we're more on the kilogram scale. So now we are evolving towards going larger systems, and I think we will be able to indeed make bigger parts of the robot self-healing. Although we are always looking at more from an academic point of view on like where do we put the self-healing, because I think it's not. I think as a start, it's not good to make every part self-healing. So let's just start maybe with the skin or so that we can make a soft cover for a robot, which is flexible, safe, but can also heal. So maybe we will go with the skin or so in the future for a bigger robotic system.
And then
A
there was
quick
another
question on the biological fungi and bacteria-based materials from the first part of the talk. So you said you can just add a little bit of nutrition material or something like that to make it regrow. Can you actually make it grow into the original shape, or does it grow all over the place? And like, could this be the solution to fixing those cuts that don't heal anymore after misalignment or something like that? Could there be a combination of the two material classes?
Okay, quite a few questions there. To answer the first question, so it's not simply adding nutrients. It depends. You need to design the material for it. So in this case, for example, you need to create a condition where there are spores inside the material that can be activated, and then indeed, by just spraying nutrient solution on it, they can start growing again. Second question, can it be controlled? Well, to a very small extent. So in the lab it worked quite well. In the lab you can control it. If you imagine, for example, a leather jacket or a purse or so, it gets damaged, it comes into contact with the, let's say, the healing agent or so, either willingly or not, it might indeed start continue to grow as long as it has nutrients. So we actually recently applied for a project to gain, in some ways that I cannot disclose, control over this. Over the time, the location, and the duration of growth. Combining the two materials, that could definitely make sense. So especially with synthetic materials, but also with these biological materials, often combining the multiple advantages of each of the systems makes a lot of sense. So for instance, the leather composites that were shown, they actually are grown onto a kind of a substrate, which can be a textile or so. So if you replace a textile by something else synthetic that has certain self-healing properties, for instance, Seppo was talking of the order of minutes or hours, while if you think about biological materials, you should rather think in the order of days or weeks. So there, a combination would make a lot of sense, so that you can have early on damage closure, and then maybe indeed regrowth at a longer time scale.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I'm thinking, okay, let's imagine that you've got an industrial application for your grasp technique, what you're doing now, like with this soft robot over here, and an industry has come up with a plan with it, and they have, I don't know, hundreds of robots or whatever within their factory that use it. What level of education will the person need that's going to be in charge of making sure that those robots are working and to repair them on a daily basis?
Well, I think compared to, well, the intention, if we would, for example, want to commercialize this, and you want to eventually, for people to adopt this kind of technology, we would need to make it in such a way that it's as similar as possible to the technologies that they're used to. So if we were replacing a soft robotic technology, we would try to make the system as autonomous as possible. So that, for instance, using the sensors, using embedded heaters, for example, and a control system, it would be able to sense damage and act upon it, depending on whatever is programmed in terms of, for example, loss of performance. So that the user would need to be educated as little as possible. Of course, if you're replacing a hard robotic system in a automation line, for example, by something soft robotic, then there is a learning curve, of course, for the operators. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the very nice discussion and your beautiful talk. Let's applause all the speakers of this session. And let's enjoy the coffee break for half an hour before coming back.
Yes. Welcome everyone to our very last session of the day. Just had a coffee break. I hope the coffee kicked in already, and you're ready for one more presentation. Our last session is on circular economy and applications, focusing on the end of life. As we said earlier, unfortunately, the first speaker couldn't come, so we only have one more presentation, but that will give us a bit more time to ask questions and network a bit in the end. And I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ixelles Ude. Ixelles heads the Department of Automatics, Biocybernetics and Robotics at Josef Stefan Institute in Ljubljana in Slovenia. And he's also associated with the ATR, Computational Neuroscience Laboratories in Kyoto, Japan. His research focuses on various issues in robot learning, especially imitation learning and learning by exploration, where he combines statistical learning techniques and reinforcement learning to increase the efficiency and autonomy of the acquisition of new sensory motor behaviors. He's also interested in the applications of robotics, especially in manufacturing. We'll hear more about that now. And Ixelles has also led several European and national projects as coordinator or principal investigator at Josef Stefan Institute. And I personally also had the pleasure to work with him in some of these projects, and very much looking forward to what he's up to now, because it has been a while. Yeah, he's going to present his latest project, which is called Reconcyle. This initiative focuses on adaptive robotics for recycling electronic devices and aiming at advancing the capabilities of robots in this area. And with that, let's give some applause to Ixelles.
Thank you, Franziska, for the nice introduction. So let me just start my presentation. So, as Franziska already announced, my presentation will be about adaptive robotics for recycling of electronic devices. This is actually a European project called Reconcyle, which is led by my group, and there are actually a few other groups collaborating with us. There's a University of Göttingen with Florentin Vergötter and the Technical University of Munich with Sami Haddadin, and IIT from Genova, the Antonio Bicchis group, plus two companies. There's QB Robotics, which is essentially a soft robotics spin-off of IIT, and the Electrocycling company, which is a company that is actually interested in recycling of electronic devices. So what do we actually try to do in this project? So it's about the recycling of electronic devices, and this sort of devices are usually actually recycled using a methodology called crush and separate, meaning that the devices are put into some sort of a crusher and basically put into tiny particles, and these particles and then sort of physiochemically separated into reusable components. However, there's big problems with this because many electronic devices actually contain batteries, and you cannot put batteries into the crusher, at least. If you do this, then you basically risk fires, and actually fires are quite common in recycling companies, and are a big problem. So our project is actually so it's already difficult actually to know whether the device contains a battery or not, and there are European projects that actually deal with these specific issues, but that's not our issue actually. So we assume that somebody has already decided that that our device contains a battery, and the problem is then how to remove it. This is, of course, not an easy problem like in assembly or disassembly in manufacturing. So there's a huge there's a huge variety of the devices that need to be disassembled. So just if you look at the devices of one type, there are many of them. Here you can see many different smoke detectors. Here there are here there are many hit cost allocators on the right side or right side, and basically all of them contains batteries. So besides this, the next problem is that also all these devices are in different conditions. So even if they are the same type, exactly the same model, they still, since these are used devices, they will not be the same. So there are missing parts, and there are and these missing parts or used up parts, they actually hinders the recycling process. So finally, the device design itself is a problem. So some electronic devices are specifically designed not to be disassembled. So here you can see some smoke detectors. So the batteries are often soldered. Actually, the covers are made so that they cannot be opened to guarantee that they work all the time. And this is, of course, problem for recycling, because basically recycling at end of life is not considered during the design of the products. The solution is, of course, the manual operation, but this is way too expensive actually to be practical. As you can see here, even a human worker has quite some troubles actually to get out the battery out of such devices. So we're trying to, so our project is actually trying to look at how we can address this problem with robotic solution, and for this we design a sort of three-stage approach. So in the first stage, we are looking at how to disassemble just one of the device of a certain type. Basically, we are looking at the set of operation that needs to be applied to disassemble these devices, and then try to actually implement this with the robotic machine. This is of course good, but with the huge variety of the devices I was showing you before, it's obvious that this is not a practical solution. If you want to program the robot for all such devices. So next step is then to actually, based on this disassembly procedures, we are trying to determine the basic semantic steps in each of these device disassemblies, and basically get to the more high level description of our disassembly process. And finally, then when we get new devices, then we need to basically look at the existing disassembly procedures, select the correct ones, and possibly adapt the parameters to actually be able to disassemble these devices. Obviously, we need a lot of adaptability for this sort of task. So first of all, our cell itself needs to be reconfigurable. Basically, different devices will require different tools, different fixtures. The positioning of the robots needs to be different, might differ, and so on. So our robotic cell needs to be actually quite modular and enable us to quickly get from one cell design to another. So here you can see then a few different cell designs that are some made for hit cost allocators, some for smoke detectors, and so on. Ideally, of course, all this would be reconfigured totally automatically. We are not yet that far, but we can actually aid this reconfiguration process a lot. So, so for example, we have actually quite a few ways of reconfiguration in the cell, and we are basically developing our fixtures to be reconfigurable, modular, and the cell itself to be modular. So, for example, the cell consists then of these small modules, which we call archetypical module or a basic module of our cell, and these modules are connected through these plug and produce connectors, which actually provides power, air, and also data to each of the modules. So basically, when we connect the cell together, all these devices are powered, and they can also start working together. Of course, this sort of reconfigurable architecture, hardware architecture, needs to be supported in software. So here, RAS is actually very good at this because it actually enforces modularity in software. So basically, as we remove or add new devices into the cell, they are interoperable immediately. So with this proposed design, we were then able to solve various disassembly problems. So here you can see we are also using actually some soft robotics in our cells. So here you can see the soft hand to actually support grasping different objects without knowing exactly what they are. And basically, the fiction is to help us actually to position the objects properly for to ensure that we can actually do the accurate disassembly procedures, and so on. So the whole, as we analyze the procedures, then of course we need to also reconfigure our programs based on the state of each device. So here you can see the example of the first one was the example of the hit cost allocator. Here is the example of the smoke detectors. So basically, smoke detectors are quite a challenge. Generators, we couldn't figure out any totally general procedure to actually disassemble this. So besides having actually a CNC machine, which is not very practical, but sometimes you can do the screwing or some other operations, as you will see later. So besides this general cell reconfiguration and adaptation, we of course then also design different elements. So we use, for example, soft robotics to generate appropriate fixture for this assembly. So here you can see, for example, an example of a compliant fixture. So some of these smoke detectors can actually be disassembled because if you can get this rather accurate insertion procedure right, but the problem with the standard fixture would be that basically if you grasp the object too tightly, then basically you cannot open it with the robot, and basically the compliance in the fixtures then allows us to successfully lever out the upper part of the smoke detectors. So another tool we are looking at here is actually AI. So this can be very helpful to actually put into the system some common sense knowledge. So we basically have a vision pipeline that generates some semantic scene description first, and plus the instruction of what should happen with our disassembly procedure, and this is then fed to the large language models, which is of course trained with the data from the disassembly procedures that are used, for example, in repair, and this then allows us to actually create some prediction of what kind of action to apply in cases when we encounter the objects that have not been considered yet before. So besides, so we need besides predicting the actions, then of course such actions then need to be also adapted to be able to perform different operations. So the control parameters needs to be changed all the time. Here you see an example of a levering out operation, which is in some way similar for different heat cost allocators, but of course due to the different gaps and different forces that needs to be applied to different objects, this needs to be adapted all the time and online. So as a final procedure that we were looking at was also to, besides having procedures that are totally automatic, that are programmed and basically composed of known skills, we also try to generate a totally automatic procedure to find disassembly steps. So this is possible for operations where we don't need tools, but we can just apply robot motion to basically disassemble the object. Here you can see an example where the robot is actually trying to disassemble a car light. So what happens here is that initially the robot has some initial exploratory motions. These motions we exploit here the compliance of the robot mechanisms to actually figure out in which direction the motions are possible. Here we use the fact that disassembly is much easier than assembly, because basically you are guided by the constraints of the objects you're trying to disassemble. So basically you only need to find out the correct actions that are actually applicable. You don't need to explore the whole motor space of the robot. So this sort of procedure then basically allows us to create automatically some sort of disassembly graph, which is then basically optimized by some sort of a reinforcement learning procedure that I don't have time to go into details here. So this is actually all for my presentation today. So maybe what I would like to say, if I go back to my original problem, which is disassembly of these electronic devices. So in our project, we basically got to the stage where we can successfully disassemble different devices, and with a certain amount of adaptation. But at the end of the day, to actually get to the really practical system, there needs to be done more about the design of these devices that need to be disassembled. Basically, if the disassembly steps are not considered in the design, it is unlikely that we will ever be able actually to generate really practical and economical recycling procedure. So these are the contributors to this work, and thank you for your attention.
Great. Thanks, Aleix. Questions from the audience? Yeah, we got one all the way down there.
Hi, thank you for the very interesting talk. Yeah. I was wondering, so you use now robotics mostly for disassembly. Do you think that other parts of the process can also be they can leverage the power of robotics? And do you think that more advanced separation or less separation could be accommodated using, let's say, smarter robotic techniques?
I mean, so you're meaning the different recycling processes?
Yeah, so along the recycling process, you have separation steps, sorting steps, and so on. Do you think that robotics have an opportunity there in each part of the steps? And would that allow for more advanced recycling, or would it be better to do a first separation step before starting with more advanced robotics?
I mean, to be totally general, of course, it depends on what you want to recycle, and of course there are different procedures. So sorting is something where robotics can help a lot, and it's definitely an easier problem than disassembly. So for example, if you since the batteries are covered, you don't know if the battery is there or not. So you can imagine, having some sort of X-ray sensors like at the airport to actually detect the batteries and decide which of the devices should actually can go directly to the crusher and which device should actually have some other steps that needs to be applied before you can do the disassembly. Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, for electronics, probably these two are actually the sorting and the removal of dangerous components. I would say, at least from what I've seen, are the most relevant processes where robotics can help. But if you go to different other, I mean, a lot of products actually contain also valuable materials, and there you can again use robotics, of course, to remove these valuable materials from the device before you put it to the general recycling procedure. So this is another probably useful application.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And some of us were at the European Robotics Forum just 2 weeks ago, and one of the recurring questions was also the repurposing, recycling of robots, and also how, recyclable are they, how disposable are they. So you work also on electronic devices at large, but have you ever thought of maybe working on robots themselves and how they could be dismantled, recycled in all parts? Yeah.
So unfortunately, I can't give you the answer that I know this already, but we are trying to submit to get the proposal with Fatma actually getting through, which would address exactly this topic. So maybe wait for a few years before at least I can answer this question. Maybe there are other people who can already answer it.
You'll come again to present your updates in 2 years.
Before we have always seen batteries or laptops, and I never seen those two kind of electronic devices, but it just shows like how many different electronic devices there are that we might even not think of. And I was wondering, did you had those in mind with the project, or was there actually someone from the industry, from I don't know, producing those, coming to you, approaching you to actually ask for it? Like, is it a real application that is needed, or was it a more research-based project?
It's let's say 50-50 in this case. So we were actually working, and so not my group, but the partners in the project were working with the electrocycling before on actually disassembly of some hard drives, and basically they asked them what would be, the next step in recycling, and so eventually it did come actually from the company that said that the removal of batteries from these small devices is a serious problem. So it's not our invention.
I think maybe it's not just a real question. Maybe just a comment which come to my mind when you said it. The problem is probably when I see this question as well, like how to design for recyclability. The companies that approached you were not the companies that produced the materials or the devices, but the companies that have to recycle because they are the recycling companies. I guess if it was the companies that produce those devices have to also like take them back and recycle them, they would maybe start thinking a bit more about the design for recycling. So
I think you need to. You really need regulation probably first. So I doubt that the market will force this actually. So. I mean, unless there is regulation that forces the companies to actually recycle these products automatically, they will not do it, I would say. Yeah.
We still have some time, so we get back to the Slido question later. We have one more question from the audience.
Thank you. Congratulations on the project. I'm curious if you have compared the cost of the man hour and the person doing the job initially, and then with the robots. What's the difference, and how do you find it if it's applicable to the industry?
Right. I mean, I would like to say, it's not just the cost here. So these conditions in the recycling plants are really unpleasant. So this is really the job you don't want to do. So you will have also troubles in actually getting people doing this sort of jobs. So if I am honest, so I don't think we got, to the stage where we could seriously consider that our robot is versatile enough. Of course, cycle times are always a problem in industry, but here it's even more the adaptability. So you really need to be practical. You really need to start being reliable enough on a significant amount of devices that are disassembled, and unfortunately we didn't get that far. So, but eventually, so then the next step would of course be the cycle times, which needs to be low enough, but as I said, lack of workforce also helps actually here. Why you want automation?
Okay.
Thank you very much for the very nice talk. Not a question directly to you, but maybe as a question to have a small discussion at the very last speech of today's forum. So everybody who has given talk today is always said that regulations, policymakers and so on. Who are these regulations? Who are these people who are actually putting the rules so that the producers or manufacturers are also kind of trying to be kind of following certain path? So I had a small research about, are there some research groups who are working on the regulations and standardization? There are some very small groups in the US, as far as I've found, but not in Europe. Maybe I couldn't find. Do you have such a? You do?
Yeah, there's a lot of civil society groups, right, to repair and things like that.
With the microphone, but not the civil society group or civil groups, but really research, university or faculty research groups who are really putting efforts and science behind it to convince regulators to put a foot on it. I mean, as far as I know, as far as I could find, there are no regulations for robotic applications, not in Europe. So,
It's great to hear that you found some in the US. Can you please go into detail about what they do? Maybe we can learn about it.
Sorry. So there are a few patents that I could find from the US about how the disassembly or assembly of those needs to be made, and there are certain regulations, I think, according to the US law that is put. I of course don't remember anymore which number was it and etc. But I had zero input from the Europe. So I think maybe that's a question mark that we need to keep in mind today to look for it if one of us could. I mean, that's I think a research group that everyone would like to, make a collaboration maybe and start a research together.
Comment on that topic? Yeah.
Yeah, but just to comment, I mean, patents don't make regulation, right? Patents certainly don't make regulation. And in Europe, we have a lot of regulation coming up right now. The right to repair, standardization on power supplies, things like that. For robotics, I think specifically it's mostly about safety. I think there is nothing about recyclability in the legal train of the European Union right now. But for the cases where there is something coming up, electronics in general, for example, might be an interesting topic to look into. Those processes are pretty open, and as researchers, we are often invited to contribute expert opinions or something like that on upcoming legislation. And I mean, I've not been involved in robotics, but in other fields I'm doing that, and it's something we researchers are kind of obliged to do and give our expertise, I believe.
So
there are some very general research groups or publications in terms of mechanical engineering and generally electronics, but not specifically robotics. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe in the future that will be done. So I have read that there is a need for that, but no one has really touching that group. In terms of sustainability, a lot of ethics researchers are touching upon that. They are saying that there are standardization is needed, but that's it.
So maybe not specifically for recycling, but in the case of collaborative robotics, the group of Sami Haddad Technical University of Munich is actually doing quite a lot of efforts to create the data that can actually generate sensible regulations for collaborative robots. This is because they created this Franca company that I've seen a few Francas around here as well. So they are actually actively working on creating regulations that will make these robots that can actually work in contact with people more practical than according to the current regulation.
Yeah, just to understand better, because I know a couple of researchers that are that are focusing more like on law and digital, let's say, digital technology in general. And I know even a couple of researchers that are really, their focus is, so their background is in law, but they're actually doing really work on robotics. So a couple of ERC, like one ERC grantee that I know. My question is more on the, I know in Europe you have these expert groups that the European Commission is organizing, and usually they try to come up with experts from academia and industry. And I guess that intersection of people would be, according to me, the most appropriate to probably to start something further, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe one thing to consider also is if you remember the slide from Abhishek Gupta where he introduced the robot as a system of systems, and so I'm not sure if we really need, because I also thought about that, need something especially for robots, or if robots are just electrical machines, and you could sort them to be in the base a mechatronical product. You could say it's a cyber-physical product, but I think for those we have something coming up with the right to repair, and as everybody said. So I'm not sure if it is a clear need for robots especially. If then we should do or work on it, but for me robots would be just electrical machines or applications that fall under the guidelines, I guess, that will be installed in the hopefully near future.
Right, we take that as a closing statement for this question, and we have a new question.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. And I was wondering, when you develop robots to dismantle e-waste, do you develop them in a way that they are also easier to be dismantled, or are they designed for reusability, recyclability, things like this?
I mean, we are designing modular systems that can be easily changed. we did not consider the recyclability of the robots itself in this process. You know, I mean, it's not really. I mean, the recycling of the robots for recycling of electronic devices are no different than other robots. So I don't think, you know, there's any connection between the two. If you're working on recycling of robots, then it's for any robot, regardless of the application. So I don't see, you know, here anything specific on my robots that are built. So if I had a procedure to recycle this robot, I could probably recycle other robots as well. Yeah.
And do you have numbers on how much e-waste is recycled, to what extent, or how many robots are recycled in the last years?
Yeah, I don't have for e-waste. I do have some numbers, but I don't have it in my head. Sorry. For the robots, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation and the insight on the very interesting project. I was just wondering, you showed a very nice example for dismantling the smoke detectors, right? How difficult is it to teach a robot to dismantle different kind of smoke detectors? Because, like, for example, for humans, it's more or less straightforward. If they can't find one way to dismantle different kind of smoke detectors, they'll try. Is that also possible with the robots that you are developing for to dismantle different kind of smoke detectors?
I mean, you need to basically identify the basic procedures that you use for dismantling, which is primarily there are primarily two steps. One is the opening of the cover, so how to actually, you know, make the battery visible, and the second is how to remove the battery itself. And then, you know, there are options: are there screws, are there no screws, is there some opening where you could apply levering, is there no opening, and so on. And then when you go to the batteries, you have all sorts of shapes of batteries. Some are soldiers, some are not, and yeah. So all this basically affects your procedures. And once you have enough of these procedures implemented, then the next step is basically to take care of the adaptation of these procedures, and the final step is then this prediction of actions. So, you know, when you get to the device that you actually never seen before, and this will eventually happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that was all questions from the audience. I have one last question before we get to the Slido.
We answered the
I think we answered it, yeah, but we can double check. I didn't know that there are products that are not meant to be recycled or opened up. So that was something
really
new. But
meant to be not to be recycled. The idea is not to be opened.
Not to be opened, but it makes sense for smoke detectors, for example. I know that a big challenge for recycling electronic devices is that there's no data. So there's a lot of different models, versions, devices, and you could probably recycle these devices much more efficiently if you had the data on, you mentioned, if I had the procedure to recycle a robot, I could probably do it. The problem is often that there's no procedure, there's no data, because there's so many manufacturers and so many devices there. Have you experienced that, and how could that be solved?
I mean, there is some data, so we were trying to use the disassembly procedures from iFixit site, where you actually have a number of these disassembly procedures, and we were using this, you know, to retrain these large language models to try to get something that is competent for our limited domain. Yeah, but I mean, you know, a more specific, if you had a more specific data set that deals with disassembly of the specific devices, this would definitely useful.
Right. So
But it's not just the procedure. It's also the images of the devices. You know how they look like during the procedure.
Yes, yes. So it's not maybe talking about regulations and not only the information and the design for recycling, but also the information that comes along with it, the data, the pictures,
Right.
how to recycle it in the end.
I can just agree with this.
Okay, yep. Then the end question, you partly answered it already. Will the design for recycling happen? What is needed from whom? My question also, when can we expect it? This is work in the lab now. Is it something that you'll take in your project out to the factories, to the end users?
Yeah, I mean, this. I really think, that we need this disassembly design for disassembly needs to happen before we can make commercial procedures for this. I don't think it will be practical before actually this device is designed a little bit differently.
Right. So if we have the question, what is needed from whom, it's collaboration from all actors in the process that is needed here. And that's something quite challenging we noticed today in general. So great. Then thank you very much. Let's give a clap once more. Yes. And closing remarks.
Okay, let me give you the stage.
So we are at the, I use this or I use this one, okay. So we are at the end of another very interesting day with several seminars, with several interesting discussions, because I have the feeling that we could have gone on for another hour with question and answer. Actually, I refrained myself to make other 2 or 3 statements that would have let us stay here for the rest of the evening. But the day is not over yet, and actually, at least for those that are physically here, for the people online, I'm sorry, but it's harder to join, but we are going together to also enjoy an evening dinner together and probably continue the discussion, because this is what we want BrIAS to be, a place where we arrive with ideas, where we discuss ideas, and where new ideas are born. So it was really a pleasure to have you here, and we look forward to have most of you in the next few events. Just as a reminder, we have every Thursdays our seminars, and we still have other 2 major events that are coming, one in the end of April and the other at the very beginning of May. So again, good afternoon, and goodbye to the people online, and for the others, let's continue our discussions. I will bug several of you, and that's it for today.